All right, with that, we're live on all platforms. Okay, so we're gonna have a little bit of a different day for Farming Simulator. For those who haven't seen, Farming Simulator 25 has been announced as to coming out next year, and ultimately, a whole map farm plot challenge. One of the achievements I am going for is to literally buy every tile on the map. But leading into what I was just saying there, so basically Farming Simulator 25 has been announced. The big things we've seen so far is it sounds like they're going to have like GPS as just a built-in thing in your tractors that you'll be able to do. It is introducing a bunch of new crops. The one that they've, teased the most is rice, which for those who don't know, you flood a field with water, so you literally plant the rice in what's effectively a shallow lake, and that kind of stuff. And then, you harvest and everything with all that. So it grows sitting in water. And they've shown the water physics look really good and all that kind of good stuff. And they've also announced that it's no longer going to be just, North American and European kind of type topographies. You're also going to have Asian topographies as well. So that should be really fascinating. And so it's looking like they're going to go and really kind of expand what we've got offered in Farming Simulator. They've also got the land will be deformable. For those who don't get what that is. In theory, that would mean if I get a tractor and I'm spinning my wheels, I could dig up the mud and all that and get bogged down. I don't know how far they're going to take that, though. But basically, that the land will get deformed and altered as we drive around on it and all that, which should be a lot of fun. Because it does mean every once in a while you might have to go back in and touch up certain stuff, or deliberately you have your paths you take that you effectively make a road. So it should be interesting to see how all that plays out. We won't know until we're closer to release. They actually, I think they just finished their Farming Con, or Farm Simulator Con, or whatever they call it. If not, it's ongoing right now as we're recording. But with all that said, for as much as I've played Farming Simulator 22, which is a little bit under 1,000 hours now, I do not have all the achievements, not even close. And part of that is because I keep doing these challenge things like the Survivor Man challenge. So the thing that we're going to be different is for those who've been watching this series with the Survivor Man challenge, I think we're going to stop doing the Survivor Man part of it. So let's take a quick look here. Is there anything else here? Because the only achievement I know I can't do on this map is I can't do the one with the contracts because there's no contracts in No Man's Land. And I can't do the achievements around like collecting stuff that's on specific maps. And I figure the contracts one would be fine on stream, but the collecting one would be very tedious to watch on stream, so I won't do that on stream. I'll do that on my own time. But, so what I think we're going to do is we're going to hop in here. We're going to take one last look to see what we managed to build with, like, the worst economy settings, starting with chainsaw, $0 in a dream, no leases, no loans, no anything. We're going to do, like, one last inventory, see what we came up with, and say that is the conclusion of the Survivor Man side of that challenge. And we're going to ease up on the economy settings, as well as our rules against us constraining us, because the big achievements I want to get done in this map is to do all that. So if we look at what happened, at the end of our Survivor Man challenge, we are still living in our bus. We never did actually go and get ourselves a nicer place. We moved on. Why is it stuttering? Oh, it's probably just loading in assets. It'll be fine after a little bit. We got our greenhouses. Those have been going fine. We got our giant harvester, our giant trailers. We've got over there, we've got our oil mill. We got a whole bunch of equipment, some of the best of almost everything. We've got our sorghum. We've got our wheat fields. We've got sorghum all the way out there. The bakery, our warehouse. Are you all part of the oil mill or the grain mill? Yeah, you're all part of the grain mill. So we got the grain mill. For some reason, my eyes wanted to make that red building a separate building. We've got our grain mill. We've got our road going through. We've got more wheat fields. So, like, for all purposes, our farming, like, didn't get that big. We did take over 5 tiles. But compared to the map, that's not much. But with that said, since we are saying this is the conclusion of that part, What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to lower the fuel use, and I'm going to change the economy settings. I'm going to turn off crop destruction just because the AI is being terrible about it. The economy settings, we're officially turning to easy. And so with that, it is no longer the Survivor Man challenge. What the heck were we going on here? So you've all got water. You're producing flour. We are in the middle of the day, so I was working on stuff in the day. Okay. One second. It's been a little while since I played, so I was trying to remember. So yeah, so you should be set up where I could choose create job. Maybe I have to pull in the field farther. Alright, create job. What I'm not seeing is where I generate here. Because we do have course play put on here, which is one of the last things we did before. And I could have sworn it was under this. There we go. It's been a little while since I've played, so I'm forgetting a lot of things. Yeah, that's fine. So generate the field map. And create job, start job. Alright. So I don't remember what the heck we were doing. So we've already picked up the bread and all that. We've already cultivated these fields. But yeah, so the core of what we're trying to do now is we're going to get much better money out of our stuff now because I have changed the economy settings. You're a professional streamer. Forgetting is not allowed. I'm sorry. I'll try and do better in the future. Alright. So just... Where are you going? Where are you going? Alright, let's figure that out because... Did it set to the wrong field? Oh, you know what I bet you it was doing? It's got settings where... What? I don't understand. I think it was going back to try and repair, because they do have a thing that does that. So let's try this again real fast. If it dries off again, I'm just going to let it do it and see what happens. Okay, so we've got you set up to field work, and it is highlighting this field. Start job. Okay. Hey, Oido Collection. And I apologize if I mispronounced that. But good to see you. And hey, Darth, how's it going? Alright. But yeah, so we're doing a little figuring out here. But that's fine. So are you still... Okay, so it looks like it's still doing it. I think it just... Why are you going so slow? Why is your cruise control set to, like, non-movement? You can go 55 miles an hour. We don't need to be driving around at 6. Alright, so I have to remind myself what we got going on. So one thing I'm going to do is one of the achievements I don't have is to sell a bunch of sorghum. And you might be going, it's like, wait, I thought you were doing sorghum this whole time. I have been. But I haven't been selling sorghum. I've been selling bread I made with sorghum. So I'm going to need to sell some sorghum just as sorghum to get the achievement. It's something like 500,000 liters or some nonsense. It's a pretty decent amount is what it is. Oh, do you have oil going over there? Let's do a quick check. None's being stored. That's fine. Alright. Gonna drop all this off at the warehouse. So there's a good chance he might end up changing some things, like maybe I'll stop caring about trying to sell all the stuff at the same time for like max of dollar and just put on auto sell, that kind of thing. We'll figure it out. Right now I'm just continuing the way we were with the higher economy settings. Because we were in the middle of the switch over. Alright. Cool. So I've got all that set, so that's good news. The sorghum is already planted, and we were working on cultivating the canola field. Alright, so you're gonna take a minute to do all that, that's fine. So what other processes do we need to get done today? It's just harvesting. Okay. So if we go till tomorrow, I could start. So we harvested that, so we'd have to plant the canola tomorrow. So we are bottlenecked in that tractor. Now, the question is, do I take a loan so that I can get more going? Hey, Undead Baron, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Undead Baron? So the question is, do I take a loan to get an extra tractor they've been waiting on, since we're not doing the Survivor Man Challenge anymore because we're doing the achievement grind? But yeah, for those who don't know Undead Baron, absolutely a fantastic creator on the platform, someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. They do a lot of content with their community. They do like light RP and a lot of survival crafting games, so stuff like Aska, Project Zomboid. They were doing Humanit Z yesterday. Definitely someone we're checking out. A lot of good time over there. They do play a lot of horror or horror adjacent games as well. So lots of good stuff going on there. But it's good seeing you. So right now what we're doing is we are switching off of the Survivor Man Challenge. We've been doing that for a while, made a lot of progress. But with the announcement of the new game coming out for Farming Simulator next year, I got achievements that I want to get. We can go ahead and check to see if this is all topped off. So some of the first crops we're going to be making happen that I hadn't made happen yet in the game is I am going to want to get the animals going because there's achievement for pretty much every single animal. So we'll want to get that knocked out. I know people wanted me to do that for a while, but because they're doing the challenge, everything was slow. So when we do get our cash out from the challenge, that should be way better. The only big differences from what we were doing before and now is just the fact is instead of making, like, when I say petties, like, the amount of money we make when we sell stuff was going to be substantially higher. So that'll make it so I can progress things way faster. And, the rate we have to refuel and stuff like that will also go down. Is the only really big differences. Reads Undead Baron his rights. Yeah, that was, Undead Baron in his stream yesterday was going, hey, you know, just in chat real fast, put one if you've, if I've ever killed you when we're playing a game on the, you know, playing a game. And I was kind of on the fence, like, I want to put one, but the reason I would put one is for when we were doing Troublemaker on Project Zomboid, that Undead Baron spawned an entire giant group of zombies on me. I'm like, alright, but then if he asks, I have to kind of self-promote, so I'm gonna just leave it. I'm sure it would have been fine, but it was just one of those things like, I was gonna go into that self-promotion area that I'm trying not to. But yeah, it's a bummer that I had heard that, Troublemaker, I think, was, from my understanding, was wrapping up working with Product Zomboid, is I think what I'd heard. I only did it like the two times and all that. You're gonna miss Troublemaker. Is it Troublemaker's going? Because I've missed the details. Is Troublemaker itself going away, or is it just with Product Zomboid it's going away? Because I know they ran into problems with like stuff going on with 7 Days to Die, and the whole thing is going away. Gotcha. Yeah, that's sad to hear. It's a cool program. But I also understand, especially with stuff like what happened with 7 Days to Die going on, where they put all the work in and then kind of got the floor ripped out from underneath them. So that work effectively goes to waste. Which is such a bummer. Alright, so he didn't do a great job on that, but that's fine. How are you bad at this? We can do cleanup afterwards, it's fine. It's still better than the base AI in the game. But yeah, so course play takes a little tinkering to get what we want. But yeah, so I'm thinking is Xeonec here? I mean, that's Darth asking. Yeah, I'm always hesitant with stuff like that. Because, you know, when someone's like, hey, is such and such here? It's like, I don't know if I should be announcing. Because, like, for the record, Eonix already talked during the stream and all that. So it wouldn't be one of those things about, you know, calling out lurkers and that kind of thing. But, you know, usually I'll leave it to people to announce their presence or whatever. Alright. So our water is getting topped off. Then we'll get this out of the road. I'm mostly doing some of this stuff to give the art vehicle time to cultivate that field, and then once that field's cultivated, we can get out of the way. And then, like, the next in-game day, I'll have to plant the field and that stuff. I'll probably also, now I think about it, for other settings, just make my life easier. When the AI is doing it, just refill yourself. I'll still have to repair things and whatnot, but that's fine. It's not even about the money. For those who don't know what those settings were I just turned out. Alright. But it's just, it's worse money-wise than if you do it manually. But it'll just save me the time of having to, like, constantly buy packages of stuff. Alright, buddy. You know what? I'm gonna take over this myself. It's fine. We're gonna do we don't really care about doing this in the most efficient pattern or anything like that. We're just in go mode. Because I don't have anything else to be working on myself right now. So I'm just gonna take over this. So instead of doing all the fancy, like, 3, 4, 5 point turns and getting everything lined up perfectly, we're just going with go. Because this will get done in less time than the AI would take it. It's just I have to do it manually to do this. Versus when I have multiple things going on, it's easy just to, you know, hand the keys over to the AI and say, hey, go sort that out for me real quick. Alright. Plus, then I can go back and clean up these corners that the AI missed. But yeah, also, for those who didn't see what's going on with Timberborn, it's right now it's on the experimental branch, it's not on the main branch. But, they did release another update. And the update is pretty significant. You can now make, like, aqueducts, like actual aqueducts. So for people who didn't know before, a lot of the tiles required to contain water had to be on ground level. You couldn't stack them up. So it really limited, like, water kind of always had to be your bottom layer. Well, with aqueducts, you can put, you know, ledges to hold stuff up that then you can put the water above it. So you can have, like, an aqueduct going over your city or whatever, over walking paths, that kind of thing. And so that opens up a lot of possibilities. They also introduced bad water sleuths. So right now, before that, the way you dealt with the bad water, which is like radioactive water, is you had to sit there, and when you got the warning that the radioactive water was coming, you'd have a set of gates that you'd have to manually slam closed one gate and then open the other gate. You know, like, basically you close one set of gates and open one set of gates to reroute the water. Well, with the sluice, you don't have to do that. Like, there's some stuff you do to set it up, but the idea is the sluice can detect, like, a certain percent of, you know, any percent of, like, polluted water. You could say, okay, route the water through this sluice instead of that sluice. And so you can basically shunt away the bad water when it happens. Which is nice, because it means, like, if you have that, you know, moment lapse of paying attention, you don't suddenly have your entire civilization coming crumbling down because suddenly all of their food has been poisoned by the radioactive water and everyone's getting sick from bad water and all that nonsense. So it's nice to have a way to automate that. And as Enoch's saying, it's nice that they're constantly developing the game and introducing new mechanics. Oh yeah. Like, that's one thing I'll give Timberborn, is it's not just, oh, we've added a new building here or two, like a lot of games when they get to that phase. They're like, no, we've gone and added this entire new game mechanics. There's now this radioactive water you've got to deal with, and all that kind of good stuff. So there's a lot there. So I do have the experimental branch with a download. I haven't touched it yet, but I have seen Salford Sal play it a bit. But yeah, one of your storage drives is starting to fail. That's never fun. That's, I can't remember who I was talking about, and there's just, like, the general conversation about, it's like, you know, the person was starting to stress, like, yeah, you know, I've had these monitors for, like, 7-8 years now, like, for this style of monitor that's kind of hitting the longest you expect their normal lifespan to be, and they're like, all their monitors were, like, the same time they bought them, so they're like, yeah, you know, I've beaten the odds so far, but it's just a matter of time before one of these goes. And I had to stop and think, like, crap, you know what? Pretty much all of my monitors have already lasted longer than you would anticipate under a normal load, and I definitely do not put them under a normal load. I definitely put them well over a normal load. It's like, man, that's going to be an expense coming up. Just noticed reallocated sectors in the smart drive increasing, so yeah. So it's just one of those things where you're kind of sitting there going, ah, crap. It's gonna be some money. And that said, that may not be anytime soon. Like, that's the whole thing about, like, device failures and averages and yada yada yada. That you can sometimes be that lucky person that device is always supposed to last somewhere in the air of, like, 3 to 5 years, and then you have yours still going 12 years later. Just the same, you can be the unlucky person that's supposed to last 3 to 5 years, and it goes about 2 years just past the warranty, and it immediately fails. It's just the way it happens. That's the nature of averages. There's always going to be the outliers. And you found out about that a month after it failed? Yeah, that's no fun. That's, I had that happen in, I've got a really little NAS, a network and storage here, that we use for backing up our hard drives. And it was one of those things that, like, because you don't really look at it at any regular, you know, regular frequency, you know, you go by the NAS and go, wait a second, red light on the NAS, what's going on here? And realize, well, the hard drives has failed, which luckily didn't hurt us in any way, but it was definitely one of those things where you're like, oh, well, that's no good. It's one of those things that, when you get, like, an automated backup solution like that, it's really easy, especially in the, like, home consumer situation, to be like, it's set up, and then forget about it. not remembering that you do actually have to go back every so often to be like, hey, is my backup thing still working? Gotta set the NAS to send emails. Yeah. Yeah, our NAS had multiple ways it could set notifications. And I turned some of them on. It was just, you know, was it the SMTP server on the NAS didn't work right? Like it had failures, so it had a log about where it tried to send the emails and was unsuccessful. That kind of thing. Is he referring to the smart checks weekly? It has set email when the drive was dying. Yeah. Yeah, the absence of error emails may mean the email is down. Yeah. So like when it was like on the IT side of things, where it was my job to keep all that, that wasn't very hard to keep up with. Like keeping up going, okay, you know, is the email server working correctly? That was like easy because those were things we would routinely check. We'd check the logs, make sure everything was on the up and up, all that kind of stuff. But when you're just like a home consumer and you're just like, this is some side thing you're dealing with, it's really easy to not keep up with it, all that. Let's see. You know, saying after their second hard drive failed, you bought a big SSD to use for general storage. It was half price, but you had to order it from another country because they're not cheap. It's 8 terabytes. Nice. I think mine are 2 terabytes. I just like it because it takes a while for SSD to go. Like the old spindle drives, like their lifespan was really not that long. Alright. So we've cultivated the fields. And then what'll end up happening here is the next in-game day, I've got to seed that field. And then we'll also want to turn around after we seed the field. We will need to fertilize it and all that. I'm half tempted to turn off stuff like the weeds. That's the one I'm on the fence about, though, because that feels like a mechanic that turning it off is, you know, taking away too much. We'll see. I'll probably leave it on for now, and once this starts to grow, like, as we get to the point where we're going, all right, do I change my game settings so that in-game, like a month in-game is multiple days so I can get it all done in time? If we get to that phase of the game, then I'll start getting rid of, like, some of those processes because that'll save me human time to deal with it. Because the spraying is honestly pretty fast. Okay, and with that, we are ready to advance the day. Because then it's going to be planting it the next day. And I gotta remind myself with the sorghum, when we harvest the sorghum, let me check to see if I've got the achievement already. I need to, where is it? It's like the original grain or whatever. I need to make sure. Oh, do I already have the original grain? Where are you? I really hate that. I'm hoping with the next update to Farming Simulator, when it comes to the achievements, oh, okay, I do not have it. Original grain is the name of the achievement. Okay. Farming Simulator has achievements that they don't tell you what you do to get the achievement. And it's one thing if it's like it's a secret. Like you'll have stuff like in a racing game where you can hop out of your car and you hop out of your car and jump into your car as it's moving kind of thing. And you know, it'll be like the achievement will be said like did something really dumb or something like that. That's fine. It's fine like hide those or like, you know, found the secret, that kind of thing. Sure, on board. I get it. Thumbs up. But when it's something like, hey, harvest X amount of this crop, don't hide what you do to get the achievement. Just make it clear what needs to be done. But they give them all these like little one-liner, not jokes, but little one-liner references and all that instead of actually telling what it is. And I actually find it really annoying because it means if I want to go achievement hunting, I have to like look up a guide and be like, what even is this achievement? Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? So let's check our calendar real fast. So for right now, we can harvest. We can harvest the sorghum and we can plant the canola. So I gotta set you to canola. Could drive over this real quick. And we'll use the courseware, whatever it is, to set this field up. So create job, open course generator, generate course. Cool. Start job. I'll probably have to clean that up because we're doing that in a sloppy way. Alright, so let's grab the harvester next. Because you should buy your own gas and all that. Okay, I always forget the sorghum doesn't have a real clear visual difference between when you're doing that and not. Alright, so let's grab you now. Create job, generate. That's fine. Start job. Now grab all the stuff for the warehouse. Yeah, so I need to remember to sell the sorghum. Don't make it into the bread. The bread is worth way more money, but for the achievement I have to sell the sorghum as sorghum. And it's a decent amount. The good news is we get a decent amount per round. They're still going to be making money. We just won't be making the money you'd normally make doing this. Okay, so that's all the flour. Before we go too far there, we should have enough room for the greenhouse's goods. So you're using ZFS as well? You need to switch to ECC memory? Yeah. Oh, there's not that much in here. I didn't really need to stop for this. That's fine. We'll grab this while we're here. That's definitely how you operate a semi safely. Is you just drive it right over a ledge. Certainly nothing goes wrong with that. Yeah, I was hoping I could get both. Oh, we can. There we go. Cool. We can drop all this off at the warehouse. By then, I'll probably be almost to the point of grabbing these trailers to grab our sorghum out of the harvester. This should be a relatively quick day. Just pick up our goodies, drop them off at the warehouse. And then harvest the 2 fields. All right. Oh, right. I was like, I need to switch to my, my tractor's like, that's not what I'm using now. I forgot, we switched up to the truck handles, the pickup as well and stuff. This will also work out because that means I can gas up the truck and do all that stuff as well when we do our drop-off to sell the sorghum. Okay. Yeah, so I think the next move we'll do is to start securing the animal stuff. See, okay, so you are going by with your harvester thing on the outside. Why aren't you moving, though? Oh, you are. You're just slow. All right. Oh, yeah, it's doing that thing where it, like, cuts little round patterns in the side so it doesn't have to drive over its own crops. Which ends up making this into, like, a 5-point turn. That's fine. It'll get itself figured out. Because otherwise it has to go on the outside of the field and there's the trees in the way. So we need to slow down our cruise control to about 6 miles an hour. Yeah, so I believe for the achievements for, like, getting the crops and selling them, it's 500,000 liters, which sounds like a lot, except just this one stripe here, we're still climbing. We're going to be at about 15,000 liters. Now let's get out of your way. Yeah, we can just let you go for a minute. Yeah, so you're still doing a good job in seeding that field. Alright. So that'll be pretty good news. But realistically, it'll probably be like 2, maybe 3 full harvests, I would guess. We'll likely do enough sorghum for the achievement. Which will be fine. By the time I get the other crops set up, it'll take that anyways. Because I know we need to do, I believe it's grapes, raisins, cotton, sugar cane, sorghum, all of the animal stuff. There was something with horses that I don't remember what you need to do. I know there's more, but I don't remember what they all are. But the point is we moved our farm from where we were doing a challenge run previously to now what we're going to be working on is basically just trying to branch out as many different crops as possible. You know what I think we'll do as well? Let's go to our I'm debating at the moment if we're going to go to our greenhouses and then just tell them to sell here immediately, it'll cut down on how much they're making for me, but it'll save me having to haul from the greenhouses. The flour and all that's still worth doing, because this is much bigger money. But right now, I don't have anything else we do with this. I could also just have it so we automatically sell the end products as they go. I don't know with my economy settings changes how much of a difference that makes. Like, I have no way of knowing with all that. We'll figure it out. It's fine. Yeah, so I think this will be able to get all the way around back to the side that I've got the truck on. And it'll be able to top off. Yeah, so this truck could probably carry just a bit shy of 100,000 liters of sorghum in one go. Because of our front reservoir, I haven't quite filled the first of all 4 of my reservoirs. And we're at 13,000. Honestly, if I can get a cheap tractor that's got like 100 horsepower, that'd do. What I could do is have a small little tractor for while I've got all this kind of stuff going on, I could start plowing new fields. Because we should make pretty good money, and a big part of what we're going to do is just buying land, setting up the next, setting up the next field, setting up the next buildings. We will need the big tractor, that's fine. You can also notice that as I have our people buying the fertilizer, the seeds, the fuel now as they go, versus me having to manually feed it, the rate they're burning my money is way higher now. Like, it is just absolutely obliterating the cash. But it also means I don't have to buy those things. This ends up being slightly more expensive than if you do it yourself. Like, it empties and you refill it. Gotcha. Talking about the, with hard drives and all that. Different ways, so they have different types of ways to do, not quality control, but to, what's the word I'm looking for? Error handling. So like when you have data that gets a problem and all that, you can run to a problem where your hard drive has not enough space left over. You can run yourself into problems where doing its various functions and all that doesn't work right because you haven't left it enough space to work with. You are taking a very narrow path here. I mean, it's already working on it, so I'm not going to reset it. I'll have to check the next time. I may have set the tool width way too narrow. Well, no, because it won't be too narrow for that, because the first path it went the whole width. I just don't know why the second pass it's not doing the width nearly as wide. It's fine. One nice thing about this where I'm just selling the raw crops. Ah. Right, so that lane was narrow because going this way now, it's going to be the appropriate width. So I need to be in a different location than where I'm at, because I can't get to that. But when it turns around to go the other way, we can top off. I keep setting my cruise control, forgetting that we've set it down to the speed of the harvester for driving along it to fill up. Alright. When we finish this field, I'll need to take the harvester to repair it and all that before we go to the other field. How are you going? You're making good progress. Still looks like it's missing that one corner, which is fine. I just need to remind myself to check that corner each time. Alright, so it should come to the end here, turn around, and then we can go and load up again. Alright. Speed up just a little bit. There we go. Need to speed up a little bit again because that chamber's full. Alright. It might also be the economy is how much we harvest. I actually don't know when you change the economy settings. Like, I know it changes a lot of the math and a lot of the things. I just genuinely don't know all of the places. Because other than when I first played, like, the tutorial, you know, with the game and all that, ever since then I've always been on the hardest economy settings. So I don't have really a good comparison to go by. And just like that, we got 30,000. So then we will reposition over to this end while it turns around and does its thing, because it can't pick up going this way. We'll just go back and forth with it. Yeah, so that's really promising, because I think by the time we're done with this field, we'll be sitting pretty close to 100,000 liters. Then we have the other field, which will probably be close to another 120,000 liters. So it looks like 2 harvests, and then maybe a little bit more should be all it will take to get the sorghum achievement. And you're almost done. And then I'll just have to have you spray that field, which won't take very long. And after we spray the field, then we'll be good there. Yep, because that'll take care of that work. It'll be mostly the harvester. As we go along as well, we'll end up getting more equipment, because some of the other achievements is to have a certain number of buildings and a certain number of vehicles. And that's going to happen anyways, even though we're still doing the Survivor Man. We eventually would get to a point where it's like, no, I need 2 tractors going, no, I need 2 harvesters going, that kind of thing. Ultimately, there's a couple jobs that are your bottlenecks that the player really has to do. Collecting the stuff out of the harvester kind of ends up being mostly a player job. Normally, if we weren't using the courseware or courseplay mod, it would also be anytime we went to spray something, that would be kind of up to the player to do as well. Okay. Alright, so 1 full truck. So 1 full truck is about 70,000, it looks like, or 70,000 liters is when I fill up 1 full, like when I say full truck, I'm talking about the truck and the 2 things following it. Okay. One of the things that will help out with some of this, though, is where I mentioned, like, having the multiple vehicles and all that. When we move on to doing stuff like the cotton has its own harvester. Like, that just... I can't... This harvester here, I can't use it for the cotton. The cotton has its very own special harvester. And that's the reason we turned up the economy settings, is those harvesters do run like $400,000 to $600,000 each and all that. So if we were playing under our old settings, I would end up spending 2, maybe 3 in-game years to save up for the big piece of equipment for going into that crop. And that'd just be a long, long time. Whereas by doing it this way, we get a lot... We'll be able to get a little bit more progress faster. Okay, so that's perfect. So I missed a spot there and over there.
Thank you, Michael A, for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Michael 8, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you can use it anywhere on Twitch, and you chose to use it here. So that means a heck of a lot. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you have been enjoying the stream, and hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Thank you for that. Alright, so we got that spot sorted. And this spot sorted. Okay, so we can go ahead and put away our cedar. It's done for right now. And next up, we grab the fertilizer sprayer. Because we need to put down the herbicide. Okay, so that's fertilizer. I'm going to go ahead and let it pick that up, and then we're going to kick it right back out. I just don't want to have 2 partial containers sitting here. There we go. And which are you? Are you fertilizer, or... You're also fertilizer, so same deal. Okay. So that means this will be my herbicide over here. I want to say there's also a dedicated vehicle that we can have as a sprayer that ultimately will probably move that direction as not necessarily get rid of this, but get the giant, like, it's just a sprayer by itself, we don't have to worry about it kind of thing. Because that'll just be easier to manage. I'll probably have to deal with that in the next pass. I might actually be pushing my luck on it where it gets overfilled. Okay. I see it did miss a spot here as well. We're just gonna ignore that though. Okay, so we gotta get this set up. And how are you doing? You're getting pretty full, but you'll have plenty of space for here. Alright. So that's good, because I'll take care of the herbicide, and then we'll just have to do another round of fertilizer. I mean, if it misses that spot, we can go back and fix it. Alright. But that'll be one of those things that, like I said, down the road, if we end up having to sit there and expand, like, so that an in-game month is 3 or 4 days, whatever, if we do reach that point, I will go through and probably get rid of the dealing with weeds. What are you doing? Oh, the AI is basically going, hey, I'm full, and is backing off to let me know I need to unload it. Right, because it wanted to give me enough space so that I could get just about any vehicle here to unload it. That's fine. If you turn too fast, it pulls you around quicker than you want. Alright. Because we definitely want to pick this up, because it's burning money that this is sitting here. So are you moving? Okay, so you're not moving. Oh, yeah, you are. Stop, 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 stop. Hey, buddy. Would you please just move? There you go. Nope, stop. Why would you try and drive forward while I'm trying to go around you? Stop moving. Very aggressively, like I have a schedule to keep. Get out of my way. At least with the courseplay thing, it'll take the time to try and get itself all sorted out before it tries to do more. So how empty are you? You're basically done. Alright. Yep, so you're getting all your stuff sorted. Okay, and I did see that the oil mill is full. It needs to be emptied out. Okay. Now, one other downside about the AI when it comes to using, like, the sprayer, for example, is you can actually narrow how much of it you're spraying to reduce how much it costs you to spray the area. So when you're doing those final passes where it's like you only got this narrow strip to do in the middle of it, you can short it to that size. The AI is not smart enough to do that. It'll always blast the entire width of it. Those are pros and cons. It's fine. Okay, when you come back over here, we can pick up that. Then I need to take you to get you gassed up and repaired. And then you got another sorghum field over there. Making sure there's nothing else I have to get done today. Yeah, so we're harvesting the sorghum. We already harvested the others. We are planting the canola. We've already done that. We're doing the sprayer. Tomorrow we plant the wheat. And then we don't have to deal with anything for planting or harvesting until we get around to... Sorry. Then we gotta plant the wheat the next day. And then after all that, we don't have anything to worry about till the sorghum in April. So that'll all be fine. It's weird that you're going back to touch up on that now, but whatever. It'll be curious with the economy settings turning those up, but then not involving the bread production for a sorghum, where that lands. The good news is it won't be very long that we are skipping the production for the sorghum. And then we still have the wheat also making bread, so that should still help. All right. Now, I also got to figure out all the things I'm going to need for the animals. So I know I will need a grain. I know I will need grass. I believe I will need silage, and a couple other things. So we're going to get all that figured out. Oh, come on. Slowed down what shifted gears. All right. Just one container left, and then we are full. All right. And while it turns around, I'm just going to drive right on over this way. Of course, that gear shift threw me off. That's fine. There we go. It's always that last car that's the hardest to gauge. Because by the time, like, you adjust where you're at and it gets all the way back to that last car, just, you're way far in that. Okay, so it says my sprayers finished their job. I'm just manually doing this right now, no cruise control. Alright. So let's get you out of the way for just a minute. So kick that off, fold it up. I'll go gas this up, repair it, get it onto the next field. And then we can go deal with our sprayer. So we can sell the sorghum. And all that stuff. Okay. That'll be good stuff as well. One thing I really appreciate about Farm Simulator versus a lot of games is they don't disable achievements if you have mods installed. Because honestly, for how long it takes to do a lot of the achievements, it'd really be a letdown to not be able to use like extra buildings or have extra crops or the quality of life stuff, all those kind of things. So I really do appreciate that. I know there's a lot of people like, no, but you shouldn't be allowed to because you could make the game easier. My stance with achievements have always been they're for me. Like, I play the achievements for myself, not so I could look at someone else and be like, haha, I've done the thing you haven't. I don't care about that, because honestly, when you get down to it, people can just cheat the Steam API and, you know, send things saying, no, actually, I have that achievement, and the Steam is like, oh, I'm sorry. There's various tools out there, and I know you can get banned for using them, and people do that. I don't. But my point is, the achievements, as far as a metric to seeing, like, a sense of accomplishment at the broader world, doesn't really hold much water, because of all the ways to cheat and get around them and whatnot. But for personal feeling of achievement, they still work really well. Like, I enjoy games having things saying, hey, you know what? The achievement, let's see, the achievement hacks, so why use mods for making achievements easier? Yeah. Well, it's one of those things, like, there are people who are like, no, you don't deserve the achievement because you didn't do it legitimately. Because, you know, you got some quality of life because the UI in the game you're playing was garbage. And that kind of thing. It kind of just... For me, achievements have always been, I get them for myself. So I've never cared about, oh, this person did something that made their game slightly easier, their single-player game. And, you know, they got an achievement that, you know, that was technically they did so in a way that was slightly easier than mine. Sure, I don't care. Because just as easily you could turn around and... Oh, wait, I need gas. Just as easily you could turn around with a lot of games. Sturdy potted plant? Yes. There's a lot of games that, like, oh, I got the achievement when the game was in version 1.1. After 1.2, they added a tracker that made it way easier. You didn't have to keep a spreadsheet. And you're just kind of like, you still got all the items, man. Like, me having to record that in the spreadsheet because the game had poor accessibility is not a sign of, like, oh, look at me, I'm a better gamer, or whatever. And Donkey Duff on their 170 stream streak, 170 without missing a single stream, so really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It's one of those, like, elitist gatekeeping kind of things that people do. That they're like, no, they got the achievement and they were using the, like, the auto sort inventory mod. It shouldn't count. It's like, come on. Like, the achievement is to kill, you know, three of the bosses simultaneously, and then you're unhappy that I'm using an inventory sorting mod. Come on. Yeah, exactly. Most achievements are just personal competition. Yeah. The game has said, hey, here's this thing. Can you do it? And you don't get a cash prize. You don't get a thing for, you know, you don't get a thing for doing it before someone else. Like, it's purely you for the most part. Like, you can do, like, the whole not so humble brag or whatever, where you go to, you know, your buddy and be like, hey, did you get that achievement for killing that one boss? And be like, no, that boss sucks. Like, yeah, well, I got it. But yeah. Okay, so unfold our harvester. Fold up the header. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so I get pretty annoyed about games that are like, oh no, you're running mods, you can't have an achievement. It's one thing if, like, the game is like in a really good spot when you play it. It's like, okay. But the number of games that very genuinely, like, the game is kind of a mess when you first start playing it. Oh wait, before I do that, let's get you set up. Because we'll need to kick out the herbicide, get the fertilizer, and have it do it again. The good news about this one is because we already have generated the path for this tool, it's literally just kick this out, drive anywhere over there by the start point, and say go do it. And it should manage just fine. Alright, so let's kick out the herbicide. And top off the fertilizer. Because then I need to take the truck, sell the sorghum we've got. Which, if I recall correctly, I think at some point, I don't remember is the wheat or the sorghum, there was definitely a point I accidentally just sold a bunch of, like I sold a load of the grain, just completely forgetting that I had, is probably the wheat, which means it wouldn't help for the achievement. I don't think there's an achievement for the wheat. Fallout is kind of like that. Hot mess without mods, but disables achievements when using it. Oh yeah, no, there's a ton of games like that. There are tons and tons and tons of games that the moment you add a mod, they turn off the achievements, but then the base game has like some pretty glaring problems. And we're not talking about like, you know, stuff that people are like, oh, well, it should have this for realism or that, but like genuinely the game would have bugs. Like imagine you go back to play Dark Souls the original, and if you were running DX fix, if achievements got disabled. It basically would mean trying to get half the achievements wouldn't really be possible. For those who don't know what DX fix is with the Dark Souls the original, is basically they had lots of problems with getting the multiplayer stuff done and lots of like graphical glitches. For a lot of people, the game wouldn't even run. And so DX fix was just like quick community patch that someone put together to fix their freaking game so it actually ran right. And it gave a little extra functionality on top of that. But without it, a lot of people couldn't even play multiplayer, which would mean literally some of the achievements weren't possible because of that. And you run into that, where there's games that they have stuff that you just can't do. Alright, so just double check and make sure it turns on at the right time. Yeah, so it's going to do the exact same thing last time, where it's going to skip to here. And then there's setbacks. Cool, it's working. Let's get you to sell all this. Yeah, or the widescreen fix for something like that. Or mods to disable motion blur, cap frames. It's like, yep, skip the intro. Oh yeah, so I get pretty annoyed when games take the hard stance of like, no, this should disable the achievements. I'm like, come on, man. It's like, don't get me wrong. I know I could be doing something like, say, playing Kenshi, and I could add a mod that lets me just give myself the best weapons, and that would trivialize a lot of achievements. I get that. I understand that concern, but also, for my own personal benefit or whatever, there's that. Like, City Skylines 1 is one of the ones I would go out of my way to get a mod that would let me, you know, have achievements even though I've got mods. Because, like, the Move It mod for actually making stuff look nice was too important to me. There was a mod that would basically let me put down more trees, because City Skylines 1 has really strict caps on, like, this is how many trees you can put down, this is how many this you can put down. And I didn't like the aesthetic of the cities when you had to constrain yourself to like 10,000 trees or whatever the limit on the map was. Factorio had each achievement twice. One's without mod and one's with. Did they change that? I had 100% in Factorio. That's the wrong button. There we go. Yeah, selling the sorghum as sorghum is so much less lucrative than so very much less lucrative than turning it into bread and then turning into flour and bread. This sorghum we're selling, we'd be making probably hundreds of thousands. Not quite that much. We'd probably make 100,000 out of this load by doing it the other way. But it's just one of those things that, for the achievement, I gotta sell it as sorghum. So we're doing it. The amount of the text file is a really old Jurassic Park game where the fences were limited to a specific amount. But during the time, Steam was not really a thing with achievements. Yeah. And let's see. So that's this, then that. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious. Let me go peek at Factorio. Wait, I actually don't have it installed right now. Yeah, no, I've got all the achievements. I remember a point where it, because I've never really modded Factorio at any point. We gotta hurry, because pretty soon that harvester is gonna be full. So now just gas up. And you can do it. So yeah, so selling the sorghum that way is going to be a massive hit into our income. We only need to do that for a couple of in-game years. We've turned up the economy a lot. We've turned down our fuel consumption a lot. So all that'll help with all that. Yep, and there's our harvester letting us know we need to unload it. Yeah, nevertheless, we're going to make good money. One of the other things we need to do is build a bunch of beehives. That's another achievement for the game, is to, you know, have... I think you don't even have to, like, sell the stuff. It's just have a bunch of beehives. Oh, wow. Did you not make it around one full lap and you're full? Okay. Just scooch on over here. Oh no, you're doing 2 laps. You're just weirdly skipping that one spot. Okay, I was about to say, like, wait, how are? Oh no, you were just starting. I don't know, actually. Oh, I think you're just making enough room that I could fit the truck over here. That's fair. Okay. And I believe this field's slightly larger than the last one we did, so we should get a bit more money out of it. Honestly, I would say... Okay, so you're empty now. So let's get out of the way before it slams into us like last time. Okay. So you're making good progress there, which doesn't surprise me. The spraying is really fast. But yeah, so honestly, once we finish with the sorghum... What are you doing right now? So you're just repositioning now. Okay, whatever. Oh, I think it's considering itself have done both of its head passes, and now it's just going to the actual zigzag. Okay, so that tells me I need to be on that end of the field. Like, don't worry about catching it this time. I'll need to be on this end of the field for catching on the next set of passes. Yeah, no, because I definitely like to achievement hunt. I've been doing a lot of it off stream. Like we finished Planet Crafter on the stream. I achievement hunted it till I got all the achievements for that one. There's been a couple of games I recently wrapped up the achievements for. What else was it? Oh, Pacific Drive I finished all the achievements for the other day. I know there's been another one I finished since I finished Pacific Drive. I can't remember which one that was. I've started properly working on Dave the Diver, getting that one knocked out. Starting to get worked on this one to try and get this properly knocked out. I know I want to go back and get the last. I was missing a couple of achievements for Let's School. It does look like they added more content, so they added more achievements to it. But I think it was down to I needed to have there's three different win conditions for the game. Like one is to have like your success of your students is like maxed out. The other one is to have like your school is higher rated than any of the other schools, or like there's another one that's like to have your teachers hit some milestone. But there's like 3 different endings, and I had one of the endings I need to do. I also needed to use teachers to stop enough student protests, which the reason I don't have that one is my situation in my school was only in the entire time I played the game, only once did my students protest something I was doing, because like normally the school was fairly well kept. So there's only one occasion the students got mad at me. So I didn't get the achievement because I was doing too good. That was Pacific Drive. The last achievement I got was knocking down 1,000 trees. That normally when you're playing the game, you'll knock down trees fairly regularly. But I don't know, like, if I'm just more of a careful driver, or like it was just the nature of how I was playing, that I was more cautious versus aggressive or something. But like, when I finished all the other achievements, I think I had knocked down a total of like 60 or 80 trees in the entire time I'd played the game. So, the last couple of missions I played in Pacific Drive, I just put a bunch of armor panel and bumpers in my trunk and just smashed trees as aggressively as I could until my bumpers and that got damaged, and then swapped them out for fresh ones. And just did that until I got the achievement. No Red Bull vending machines? Protest? That's legit. I need to look. I know there's been multiple like school tycoon games over the years. But I wonder if anyone's tried to make like an actual school tycoon, because I know there's the 2 Point Campus where it's satirical, and then there's Let's School, which is, you know, it's not a serious tycoon. Like it sort of kind of ish does stuff with that. It'd kind of be interesting to see someone make like what is supposed to be a legitimate, you know, school tycoon-esque game. I'm thinking like a Prison Architect style game where they don't like ham fist like this, you know, here's my philosophy at school, like over the top, but try and approach it from like Prison Architect where they don't make a joke out of, you know, execution and all that. You can do like death row, but they make it reasonably realistic on the gamification side of it, so it's not ridiculous. But it'd be interesting to like have it where you could run a school using different educational philosophies and all that, and just, you know, based on how those actually work out in real life, you know, you can design and compare. Because I actually feel there's value in doing that kind of stuff in simulations as well. Because you'll have people have their different philosophies around stuff, but then when you actually sit down with a simulation that, you know, it's designed to have results similar to what you'd see in real life, that it gets people thinking more versus just sticking to whatever preconceived beliefs they have. You know, they can challenge themselves and be like, hey, you know what? Maybe the way I'm thinking isn't the best. And I understand it's a video game, so like simulation take a grain of salt and all that. But it's one of those things that you'll have people have strong opinions about how transit should work, and then they play games like City Skylines and, you know, Transport Fever and all these other ones around like logistics and all that. And you get to very easily visualize the pain points in different strategies. And it's not to say the strategy is good, bad, or otherwise, but, you know, there's no this is the best, that is not kind of things that you run into. There's always pros and cons and edge cases and stuff where it does it well or doesn't. And so you have people like there are people who are just hell-bent that trains and subways and all that are awful and shouldn't exist. I'm exaggerating that a little bit, but there are people who are very anti those things. But then you kind of expose them, one, honestly, to just expose them to those things in general, and usually that's enough to get most people to be like, oh, no, these are not that bad. They're just like used to like maybe one specific railway or subway that didn't work out for that and whatever. And it can be really fascinating to see how much people's views and opinions change with exposure. And I find like those kind of things do challenge your perception, that you go, you know, designing a city behind like this strong belief or philosophy, and then have, you know, whatever the con and pain points of that philosophy are, you know, kind of slap them in the face and then go, oh, well, how do I work around that? Brandon Exposed saying, yeah, watching a civil engineer playing City Skyline really gives you perspective in designing cities. The fun thing is, there's actually a bunch of different civil engineers on YouTube who have played City Skylines. I know one, I would imagine two as well, that have done it. And it's even fun to see that the civil engineers will have different perspectives based on, like, you know, whatever problems they deal with in their day-to-day job, you know, in their local area. And how they'll have different design philosophies behind their cities, and, you know, going in saying, oh, I'm having this problem here, this is what causes this problem. And, like, even when they're designing their city, they're like, okay, well, I'm approaching it in this manner, here's the things that go well with this approach and not. There was I can't remember the creator's name, but he used a lot of mods to do it, but he approached it where he was trying to have this, like, fictional city that was kind of going through actual history and how it played out. So he started out with like this colonial style city that had very little going for it as far as like services or anything like that. You know, you had your local blacksmith or whatever, and, you know, based around a waterway, because especially back then, pretty much all cities were based around waterways for logistical reasons of shipping and everything. But you would watch this city grow, and you have like the next episode in the series where it'd be, you know, a decade in the future or whatever, and, you know, different trends that were happening. So he had walking paths to begin with, and, you know, as we hit like the Industrial Revolution and everything, and then cars became a thing, and there was a transition where roads historically were used for pedestrians. And there was this very, very steep transition where suddenly roads weren't for people anymore. They were for cars. You know, and you'd have to be silly to walk in the road. And suddenly the entire dynamics of how you designed your city changed, because there was this expectation that, you know, all of these areas that used to hold hundreds and hundreds of people walking around now couldn't handle it, because you were only using the sidewalks, if available, to handle like foot traffic. Alright, so last pass will be this way as well. So just really fascinating to see all of that stuff. But the really rough part was moving forward, and it was based on a US perspective. But they got to the phase, this would be like the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, where the cities were aggressively eminent domaining like entire neighborhoods and everything to, you know, run light rails and all that. But for those who know that time period, we won't get into the politics around it, but there were cities were using that as an excuse to get rid of people they didn't like, is the way we'll phrase it without digging farther into it, because that'll get very, very political very fast. But it was interesting, because it wasn't just like you hear about these things, but because it was just doing the build-up and being like, here we have the Johnson family, they live over here, and this family lives over there, and like watching as their lives changed as things moved forward. Having those same people in that episode where they're eminent domain and going, oh yeah, we're going to put a highway through the middle of this area now to facilitate our traffic. So Miss Johnson, who's now 80, she's out. That kind of thing. And it's just, it really humanized that whole situation and really, really did not feel good. But that was a genuine thing that happened for a while. And we have a bunch of laws that now protect against the worst of that kind of stuff. But it was very much watching that episode was like, oh, this series really doesn't feel good right now. But it was just like that one episode that kind of went like that. But to be fair, that did happen. And it happened in pretty much almost every single major city here in the US. It was a bad time. Well, you let that little sniped end, and I am going to take it. But I'll take control of the harvester and go grab it and bring it to the truck. But it's a fun series. I really enjoyed that series. That's, there is... I'm going to say historian, but there is a, oh man, I'm blanking on her name. It begins with a P. No, does it begin with a P? I want to say the last name is Vowel. But, it's a person who writes a bunch of books on, like, various points in history and all that. And the thing I really appreciated about her writing is that she does, when I say world building, normally you think stuff like, what am I doing? I need that. When we're talking about world building, because she's talking about, like, actual history and all that, it's just, she would do a really good job of, like, you'd have a book about, like, some of the people who attempted to assassinate U.S. presidents in history. And normally you get, like, this very, like, direct, here is the series of events that happened, or it'd be about, specifically going, hey, here's the person we're writing this book about, here's their childhood, here's, just, like, the very direct everything about them, which is fine. Like, I think that's an important thing, to have that style of book. But she does a really good thing of, going, hey, like, this is happening at this time frame, like, these, like, it was normal in society for this, and this, and that kind of thing. And, like, really doing a good job of just kind of giving you a picture of saying, right, as a modern reader, you might go into and, like, scratch your head going, but why would they do this? It's like, well, that was normal for that time frame because of this. Or, like, similar things are just kind of giving you a picture of what was happening in the world at that time, giving you that broader perspective, because having a much better understanding of, like, what the world was like, what was going on, it really changed the perspective of how you experience these things. And so I really enjoy her books. And I know she did one book around, like, the initial settling of what would become the United States, and, the colonists showing up and all that, and their experiences and whatnot. Hey, Jay Walker, how's it going? She did one about the initial people arriving and doing their missionaries at the, at Hawaii. She had a book about, 4 different people who either had attempted or successfully assassinated U.S. presidents and all that. Not to distract, but is there a tree achievement here? Not... I've already done the tree achievements. The only tree achievements that I'm aware of is there's one for basically cutting down a tree. I can't remember if it's like 1 or 10 trees. And then there was another for cutting down like 50 trees. So even in this run, we would have already finished those achievements already. But it's there's not much in the way of achievements for trees. They're pretty easy though. Like if you do anything on the Silver Run map, you'll have the achievements, because the Silver Run map just leaves no room for anything otherwise. So now we can actually quantify how different in size the two fields are, considering we did harvest both fields. And so the one field had us almost, just not quite, almost fully filled in every single one of the reservoirs here, versus this one, we got about halfway up, a third of the way up, on our third reservoir, and didn't touch the fourth reservoir at all. So very genuinely, this field over here is maybe 70% the size of that one over there, give or take. But yeah, so no, though she does some excellent books. I go back and forth with the types of books I like to listen to. Like sometimes I'll listen to some lit RPG, which is just it's basically like sci-fi fantasy, but explained, you know, like almost with video game concepts or whatever. Oh, we're already set to the back. There we go. And I enjoy those from time to time. Some of those can be really good, some of those can be really bad. I sometimes will pop into like proper sci-fi, so like the Bobaverse books, those kind of things. And then there's times I just want to listen to something that's like, you know, like just some point of history. And there isn't like a specific time era that it's like that, you know, there's some people who are like really into the world wars, or some people like really into the Revolutionary Civil War here in the US. You have some people are like really into, you know, whatever, like, you know, the Euro period. It's not Euro period. What is that? Like they're into like ancient Japan. You'll have people who are like really into the maritime trade years or Industrial Revolution. I tend not to have like one time frame I'm interested in, but I usually am more interested in like the human situation of it. So not so much hearing like the chain of events, but like, you know, if a book that would interest me, and I need to find one, I'm sure there's probably dozens of them, is instead of approaching like listening to books on, or like, you know, going through books on, you know, World War II from like what happened in the war perspective kind of thing, because, you know, I've had plenty of history with that I've gotten to see, but be like, you know, what was it like to be the average German family, just another German family out there during World War II, or the average family in the UK or the US or France or Italy. And like ignore the war side of it. I've already read and heard plenty about that. But just like if you're just, you know, some random mom and pop bakery during this time, what was your life like? Like how was that experienced? Because that to me is fascinating. Because like you look at it, we're like, at any time people are like, oh, you know, imagine being around at one of those times where history happens. I'm like, well, we've had lots of those, actually. Like, in many ways, we're living through that right now. I could actually do with a little less history in my personal life. But it's still one of those things that there are events that academically we look at now as being like major things that for a lot of people in those respective countries and all that were kind of not big or relevant things in their time. Like they were world shaping and all that, but if you're just the typical person running your local restaurant, you could remain completely blissfully unaware and not even experience any meaningful impact depending on where you were. It could also be something that, you know, literally changes everything, all depending on where you were. So it's just interesting to me to see those kind of stuff. Alright. So we've got the olive oil to drop off. Alright, Night Dweller, you have yourself a good sleep, and thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate that. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. In just a minute here, we're going to get hit with an ad break, and I need to use the restroom. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is once the ad break starts, I'm going to take a minute, toss up our little way screen with our clips and all that, go run, use the restroom, finish my lunch, all that kind of stuff. And continue on from there. I think for this one, I could just literally poke the nose of the truck into the warehouse, and that'll work. Cool. Alright. I can reposition you. And then I'll be good to step away for just a minute. It's good having everyone here tonight. Okay, so it's already doing the thing where it says ad starting soon. So I'm gonna go ahead and put up the away screen. I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna put up the away screen. I'm gonna use the restroom. Then I'm gonna finish my lunch, and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Need to sit for a moment and rest. Drop the backpack, do some exercises. I was saying is going to get curious late game is when I get to the point that our passive maxed out. There's going to be a lot of times where it's like, well, what do I do now? Like, we can't keep fighting. It's too late, too dark to do that safely. I guess we just stand by our 10 and fast forward. I wanted to inform you that I've subscribed to your vlog. In the recent post consisted of you in minimal apparel diving into a newly constructed natatorium. Afterwards, I took note the beads of water shimmering off your epidermal layer, and as such, I felt content to report my observations to you. However, my observations were inconclusive, so I have no choice but to closely monitor the future video logs for possible reoccurring instances of dermal hydrosis. Henceforth, the aforementioned subscription, all in the name of science, of course. Regards, Victoria. Oh, this is my coworker. Not the... Hang on. I thought this was just some, like, inappropriate, you know, like, just inappropriate, unsolicited thing that she was trying to, like, talk up the science because she knows, like, we're some breaking engineer and everything. Nope, this is my coworker. Oh, no. Did I not mark my ship? We might end up reloading when I die, chat. Well, actually, I'll probably come back in my medical area. I'm pretty sure we were around the silver, which is these asteroids here. Yeah, I don't know about anyone else, but if you have a colony where you've got 12 kids that you've raised there, definitely MVP parent, because that is a lot of kids. Yeah, so we gotta find a lung, an eye, and a kidney. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. Because I need that sorted right away, because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. Night High Lord. This is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That I approve. You done good today, kid. Oh, right, and I am back. You like trains? Trains are good. Okay, so we got the field planted, sprayed, and all that. Was there anything else we need to do this in game day? I don't believe so. So, yeah, so we're on to tomorrow planting our wheat, and we should be good to go. That's fine, I'll just run over there. Let's also check. Yes, I'm not going to buy those right now. But, I do want to get a second tractor because then what I can do is, as we're managing our fields, I can just plow the next field because that's one of those things that can only do so fast. And we can make all that work and that'll be good. All right. So with this, I need to kick that off. And grab you. And change you over to wheat. And start getting these fields planted. Just do one. All right. And create the job and create the job. So I've got that going. In the meantime, we'll pick up the oil, the flour, the wheat. Sorry, not the wheat. The oil, the flour, the bread, drop those all off. And the good news is this will be a pretty quick in-game day. I basically just have these fields to handle over here. The big thing we'd also do... Yep, Farming Simulator 25 has been announced. It's coming out next year. It will be adding... Like, right now we have just kind of North American and European kind of topographies available. They will be adding Asian topographies as well. We don't know all of the different crops we're getting, but for example, they've got rice is a new crop we're getting. And by next year, I mean this November. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so this November. That's the reason I was like, oh, I want to start working and getting these achievements knocked out. So I want to have all of my achievements before November. That doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and on-stream grind out every possible achievement or anything like that. But the plan is we pivoted what we're doing this run. We had been doing the Survivor Man Challenge. We kind of said this was the end of the Survivor Man Challenge at the beginning of the stream. And now it's just kind of a normal run, which really was just... I took our economy settings from being on their hardest this stream to being set to easier. So we just get more money now. I also reduced the fuel consumption. But, like, we haven't added anything new since we changed the settings, so what you see here has all been done in the hardest difficulty settings. Just gonna sneak around you real fast, don't mind me. Okay, so 8 more crates. But the goal here is to just start getting more crop types going, because there's a lot of achievements that I don't have because I just haven't done all the crop types. Which, you might be like, but you have like 1,000 hours in this game just about. How have you not done all the crop types? Because I keep doing challenges like the Survivor Man Challenge, which means my economy is so slow that I really don't get the time to do a bunch of stuff. Like the other one we were doing, the Silver Run map, and I spent almost all my time cutting down trees. I'm also not going to worry about doing the really tedious achievements on the stream, like the collecting all the things on the first map. To me sounds like just a very tedious achievement. I mean, I take that back. That actually might not be that bad. I could see that one being entertaining if, like, I was running around dealing with it, and then chat was like, okay, the next one's over in this place, and then me trying to figure out what I need to do for that one. Because sadly, I grabbed all of them once, and I didn't get credit for the achievement, which means either A, I missed one, which is very realistic, or B, you know, something happened and it didn't count. Like, it just, you know, bugged. But, either way, so that's what I'm missing. Alright, so we picked everything else up. So that'd be plenty enough to run the plow. Would that be plenty enough to run... What does my cultivator need so far as horsepower? I think it's a heck of a lot, if I recall correctly. Like, I think literally I need one of the biggest mowers or biggest things just to run it. 450, yeah. So, my choices are, I could take a loan to just make the tractor happen right now, and be able to start running those cultivators, like on the big sorghum fields. That way I've got that going in the meantime. It's not urgent, but it gives me something to do while this is doing the seeding. Because I've personally found, from playing on my own, my favorite tractor these days is, where are you? Is that one. Because its top speed's 37 miles per hour, and it's got a really strong amount of horsepower. So that's, and it's got front and back hookups. So that 37 miles per hour is really nice for just getting around between different fields and all that. The problem is if I start taking the loans only go up to about 500,000, and I gotta pay the interest on them. So I could do that. It's not gonna really help much. What are you doing right now? Because you've already done the stripe here. Are you going to swerve? Okay, I redid that one spot. Let's see, so with Farming Simulator 25 coming up, do we start betting on rules brand changes for competitive FS League? I'm going to be honest, I have never paid attention at all whatsoever on the competitive farm sim scene. It's just not one of those things. Like, generally speaking, I don't watch much of anything esports-wise at all. Like, what are you doing right now? Like, I'm kind of just curious what the tractor's even doing. Okay, it's lining up to do the next row. Or... What are you doing, AI? Oh, you're doing that thing where it's going at a little bit of an angle. Luckily, it doesn't actually use the seeds in that as fast if you're not covering the whole area. Man, I have no idea what the rules are going to be with the competitive stuff, because I honestly don't know what the rules are right now. I enjoy Farming Simulator a lot, but I was never one of the people who got into it. It was like, no, we need to do the Bale League Challenge or whatever, where they had, like, the races to bale. Like, and I'm glad there are people who have interest in that, and like, there are people who are really into it. And I'm glad that content and that experience is there for them. For me personally, I just kind of scratch my head and I'm like, well, okay. I'm gonna play the game now. But that's true of all of them. Like, I don't watch, like, I didn't watch people playing Counter-Strike or Fortnite or PUBG competitively or League of Legends or whatever. Even back in the day, StarCraft. Like, I've seen bits of it and it's like, it's incredibly impressive. It's just, I don't know. I don't watch sports either, like traditional sports. I've never been into it. I used to play lots of, soccer back in the day. I played paintball a whole bunch. I, was ranked in, I was a ranked disc golf player and everything. But none of those did I really enjoy watching. And I do watch people play lots of games, like from the streaming thing, but it was never the competitive stuff. I take that back. So I did watch some speedrunning of Path of Exile. And once in a while I'll pop in to like watch a video of speedrunning stuff that's, especially if it's like really goofy stuff. I like to enjoy a lot of that where like people are doing these like really bizarre speed runs that just silly stuff, usually for like charity kind of things. But then when it's like actual like serious speed runs, a lot of those don't interest me quite as much. Just not really my thing. All right. I guess in the meantime, this tractor needs to be patched up. You know, honestly, as I was sitting there saying I should probably get a tractor for when I go to make more fields and all that, this tractor would be okay for that job. Because this tractor's biggest negatives are it doesn't have a front hookup, and you can't get a front hookup of it, and its top speed is... We're currently going its top speed. That's what its top speed is. We are currently going its top speed. It's terrible. But it's cheap, and it's a decent amount of horsepower for its price. It's 100 horsepower for well below whatever that... It's fair enough. Didn't know how detailed we were about like John Deere versus generic tractors and all and the like. So I do know when you play this game, they have a bunch of like big brands in the game. You know, like John Deere. Like, and I don't like they could be made up brands and all that, but I was under the impression that most of them were legitimate brands because there's like Volvo is in the game, for example. Husqvarna is in the game, so I was under the impression most of the brands were all legitimate. Or again, they have maybe some filler brands or whatever in there. Maybe people were so toxic in competitive games and so we playing them? Yeah, exactly, same thing. Lizard is the only fictional brand in the stock game? Yeah, because I was pretty sure Lizard brand wasn't a real brand. What time is it? Oh, Tomb's home. That's what I'm hearing. Alright, well, that was poor timing on me. Okay. So we're going to do that thing where we end up having one break very quickly after another break, and I do apologize for that. If I had realized it was so close to 9 o'clock, I would have, you know, pushed the ad break back just enough so I could time it for Tomb getting home, who's my wife. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly repair this tractor before I forget. And then we'll go another quick, like, short, like, 5-ish minute break while I welcome her home and quickly throw my dinner in the oven. So I do apologize about having two breaks really close after each other. But the good news is, if I do the second ad break really fast, it means we'll get just shy of 2 hours with no ads. Which is good, because normally you don't get that. Alright, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back here in just, like, 2 or 3 minutes. I do apologize again about having two breaks so close, like, they're only, like... I mean, it's been almost 20 minutes. But, you know, too close together. I just didn't realize the time. So I'll be back in just a minute. I am going to run the ads again, which, like I said, that'll make it so instead of having ads in 40 minutes, we'll have them now, and then we won't have another set of ads for an hour and 40 minutes. So, you get it. My apologies, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in.
A very merry birthday to me, oh you! Right?
Mm-hmm. I missed what the second day was related to.
Statistics prove that you one birthday every year. But there are 364 birthdays. That is why we're gathered here to cheer.
Love, you sleep well. That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Like, I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was going to put up a review that said, well, great. The bot's busted. One prisoner is rioting. Oh. Well. I blinked. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, and that's, I deliberately try and make stuff... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down. So, you know, your friends turned into weird magical cards. Oh, by the way, I'm taking literally every flower here. I know you need those to live, but I mean, look. I appear to be having trouble getting back out of the hole I'm making. You'll be fine. Just, you know whose problem that is? Not mine. You know whose problem that is? The neighbors. Please tell me I can just dump the dirt, like, anywhere. I may have found my new favorite game. I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there. But, I mean, it'll distract you, maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems. But him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out.
Just take a left. Straight through. Oh, left. Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves. Or it's hunting.
We're looking for the restroom door. I want to find the restroom door, and I'll make those go to the kitchen. There. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. Need to sit for a moment and rest. Drop the backpack, do some exercises. I was saying is going to get curious late game is when I get to the point that our passive maxed out. There's going to be a lot of times where it's like, well, what do I do now? Like, we can't keep fighting.
Okay,
It's too...
so there shouldn't be another break for a long while. So my apologies again about that. I did actually have the game running in the background, so technically we're still making the progress and whatnot. Farm Sim is one of those games I never feel like, oh, I need to pause this or anything like that. So you can go here real fast. Great job. Generate the field kind of thing. All right. And we got you all repaired because you were damaged. Yeah, having it where they'll gas up the tractors and all that as they go, they definitely eat the money way faster. That's fine. Oh, and for those who haven't seen this map before, No Man's Land is a modded map, but one of the cool things you can actually do with this, I'm not going to do it myself, but you can cut down this tree, or this signpost, and it will delete all the trees on the map. And if you cut down this one, it'll delete all the rocks on the map. So if you are looking for just a clean, empty map, you can have that. I, however, don't want that. I like the trees and all that. It gives the map a bit more character. You do need to own that tile of land to do that, though. Actually, you know what? Maybe with Lumberjack you might not need to own the land, but you get the idea. But yeah, so if you cut down that tree, or cut down that signpost, these little bunches of trees and these hills will disappear. The rock ones will get rid of the chunks of rock. I'm actually curious how they set that up, but still. Alright, so we can get this out of the way. And then what I could potentially do is take our little tractor here and have it start trying to run the sprayer. Looking at our processes, we can deactivate the sorghum production, because that'll charge us a tiny bit more money, and we're not using it right now. Okay. Alright, sorry about that. Oh yeah, another thing that's coming with Farming Simulator 25, for those who missed out that, is that the terrain will deform. They haven't gone into all the details, but like say if you're like spinning your tires in the ground and all that, they'll actually displace some of the dirt and all that. So I don't think it's going to be to an extreme like you see in Mud Runner, for example, where you just shovel up areas of mud everywhere as you're just trying to get traction, whatever. But I could see it being one of those things that, like, where I'm going up and down this hill constantly, I could see over time that I would, you know, take chunks out of the top of the hill as I, like, bottom out the equipment on it, that type of stuff. I think that'll be cool. But, a lot of that we won't get really to see how involved it gets until we get there. Alright, so I'm going to try to have you run this. It can do it, it's just not great at it. Because it's entirely too heavy for it. Alright, so kick out all the fertilizer because I need the herbicide. Okay. If nothing else, I can work on getting all this filled up, in position and all that, for when the other tractor is available. Because this part of the process is not slow, or is not fast, is not slow. It goes quickly. So it really shouldn't take a whole lot to get that sorted. On the other hand, if I can get this thing running these processes, I can potentially get the other tractor available to start dealing with planting the sorghum again. But I imagine what we're going to probably do with the extra money we potentially make is I imagine, one, we're going to try and get ourselves a second large tractor. Because I'll just speed up everything where I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not bottlenecked on that one tractor trying to do its job. And then buying another tile of land. Probably this tile. And what I could see doing is having this side of this, you know, making some crop or another that we'd potentially want. Well, the other side of it, maybe we put the animals up here, like just in this whole area up there. Alright, so we got here, create job, generate course. Oh. Cool. Yep, so the two of them will just keep doing their thing. Alright, so we're good there. And I did see that we've got our canola oil is all ready again. So I'll grab that. Yeah, having two of those things working, using seeds and fuel and all that, that money counter's real aggressive. We're basically going to burn a couple $1,000 with them running around doing that, but that's fine. We'll make way more than that on the return. They've got one more pallet of this. And honestly, just leave that there, because I'm going to need to empty that again tomorrow anyways. Alright, so you've got your 2 passes. Then we can have you work in that field down there about the same time. That'll get done. The other question is, does it still use as much money when they're not actually putting down the seeds?
Thank you, Kalaria Star, for subscribing for 28 months. Beep.
Thank you, Clara Star, for the tier 1 sub. That's 28 months you've been subbed to the channel. 2 years and 4 months. That is a heckin' long time. I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot that you continue supporting this long. You know, if you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. But no, seriously, thanks so much for that. Been around for a very long time. And, of course, beep. It'll be curious. They're still working on Kenshi 2. I have no idea when they're actually expecting that to come out. It'll be curious what people's thoughts are with Kenshi 2. I'm also curious that they will do nods to Kenshi 1. For those who don't know, Kenshi 2 is supposed to be taking place a very long time before Kenshi 1. So realistically, Beep would not be alive for it. It's thinking it's like 2 more years? Yeah. So I'm curious, though, if they'll have, like, a nod to Beep in somehow. Because they can't do a nod like... They can't do, like, a statue of Beep, because it would be before Beep exists. So, having that nod would make no sense. Beep fathers Boop. There could be something like that. I'm really curious about what the, what the sequel will be like in the long run. Because it's just one of those things, like, you think of the Kenshi world, and it's all dry and barren and sad and all that kind of stuff. And if we're going before they use, like, the sky lasers to shoot the planet and all that kind of garbage that happened, in theory, things should be relatively nice in the world not being a total dumpster fire aspect of things. So I am curious of how all that will ultimately feel / play out / that kind of nonsense. Alright, so you got these 2 spots you're going to finish up, and then we'll do the next field. As it tries desperately to continue turning it backwards, but because the weight of that's so heavy, it loses traction on its front tires, and so it just kind of slides sideways. That's fine. I knew I wasn't going to do a perfect job with this anyways. And then it can finish the herbicide here. Then we do the next field. By then that field should be ready. Then we do the next field. Oh, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It does make me wonder if when we see the next game, if it'll have that same draw that Kenshi the original had. Because since Kenshi came out, I feel like people's tolerance for jank has gone down a lot in new titles. So I worry that if they release a game that's kind of janky like Kenshi is now, it won't be nearly as well received. At the same time, that's what you expect from Kenshi, is you expect it to be a real jank game, so who knows. I'm also under the impression that they ditched the engine they used to make Kenshi and we're using a completely different engine now. I think they switched like Unity or something like that, I can't remember. So the game will behave very differently than the original did. So it is curious to see if it'll have the same charm that the original did, or with all the changes, it'll be another one of those games that, like, the sequel comes out and for whatever reason just doesn't land the way the first one did. Because they've certainly had a lot of that. As companies are getting more into the more being like, okay, you know, we're trying to find something that, you know, is safe, that we can put this out here and we know we will like, you know, make our sales or whatever, even if it's not the max. They're looking for those safe bets. They've been breaking out old IPs that we haven't had a new game in for a very long time. And a lot of those have not done nearly as well as people had hoped. Just, you know, games are products of their time and yada yada. And just the unfortunate reality is some of those things don't do as well now compared to how they would have done. Alright. This will be curious. You might actually finish that field before that one's done. So I'll be curious about that. And even in a lot of cases, the games, especially ones going with the early access route, that the original dropped, like Kickstarter, early access, that kind of thing, and they'll release a game at a similar quality to the first game when it came out, like when it came out, what quality it was at. And then they get caught by surprise being like, hey, I mean, you know, both Cities Skylines and Kerbal Space Program, I would say both those games were released at a similar quality, the sequel released at a similar quality to the original when it first launched. And my argument against that like why that doesn't get received well. It's like, right, but you're living in a world where you have a direct competitor that is your first game, and your first game in its current form is just of a higher quality. It's not saying you can't have bugs or whatever, but just when you put a game into an area where the genre is like lacking in competition, or that has gotten kind of stale or whatever, people are way more forgiving of you having a buggy game versus when you're in a genre now that has a very strong game in it, your previous title. People are going to be way less tolerant of, you know, rough edges from early access and whatnot. You're hoping to be optimized, the engine will be able to handle the scale of Kenshi 2? Yeah. That's, Kenshi 1, for as much as a darling game as it's got some demons under that hood. There's definitely a lot of places where Kenshi 1 is a bit of a mess. Alright, so you're still doing your thing. And I don't think I want to go all the way back to the fertilizer and then come back and forth, just from the drop-off and fill-up point of view. But, we'll have to wait for that other field to be farther along in the seeding. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm curious to see how it goes. I'm also curious about the studio lo-fi behind Kenshi 1 with Kenshi 2, because I don't know, like, so Kenshi sold a decent amount of units, but even then it wasn't like a huge game in the units it sold. And as far as I'm aware, I thought Kenshi, and this could be my ignorance, I thought Kenshi was like their only real major commercial success they've had, unless there's some other game that they've got going that I'm just blissfully unaware is one of their titles. And so for running that long without another title generating sales, I can't imagine Kenshi pulls in large numbers of net new sales these days. Not any reflecting of it being a good, bad, or otherwise game. But I mean, it launched a while back. Blocked by an object. Oh, come on. Oh, you know what I bet happened? I bet you it turned off the thing where it was like, stay in the field. I'm just gonna do this manually because otherwise it'll repeat the entire outline now. There, quickly knock this out. Get on with it. And Illicit NZ grabbing the first. We're 2 hours and 43 minutes in. And the first, second, and third have not been claimed until just now the first got grabbed. It's just a real slow start to stream for whatever reason. Like, it very much felt like an awkwardly slow start to stream, which is fine. Like, I don't know what's going on right now. People could be having, like, different stuff going on. I did notice Twitch's numbers also felt weird today. That some of the bigger content creators' channels seemed like their viewership was higher than normal. But it seemed like a lot of the medium to lower viewer count content creators, like, you know, like myself, it definitely was one of those things that, like, a lot of them seemed extra low today for whatever reason. Don't know why. It didn't look like there's some, like, big game release that everyone was swarming around or something like that. But it was just the observed behavior. Holiday weekend effect? Could be. For the US, we had the 4th of July this week, so people probably out doing stuff.
I like it. I'll try.
Love. All right. After those months where they claimed before you finish the announcements, oh yeah, the summer GDQ is going on. Not sure if that's big enough swing things. Maybe I could see that impacting things. You know what? Honestly, I could absolutely see that impacting things, because that would be one of those things that if you're going for like a big personality kind of streamer, that you're not as likely to have quite as much of an overlap with GDQ. But if you're someone who is more in the variety, that kind of thing, I could absolutely see people jumping on the special event over your content. That's probably exactly what it is. Holiday weekend plus GDQ? Sure. For those who don't know what GDQ is, that's games done quick. Basically, they do speedrunning stuff for charity. It's a pretty good group. But yeah, like now our numbers are fine. Like we're not far off of what I might expected. How many hours do you have on this? If you mean Farming Simulator itself, it's something like 800 hours, I think. If you mean on this map, it's in the hundreds. I don't know what it is though. And that's because up until today in this run, we were running on the hardest economy setting, no leases or loans allowed, starting with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. But as of today, we've lifted those rules off of it, because now I'm in the... I missed a spot. Now I'm in the... I want to get the achievements for this game done before the sequel comes out. Because in November, Farming Simulator 25 is dropping. So I got till November to wrap up the achievements, which should be entirely doable. Most of the achievements that are going to be time-consuming are just getting the new crops up, because it's not just harvest some cotton. It's harvest, like, 500,000 liters of cotton, which sounds like a ridiculous amount, but to give you an idea, for the 500,000 liters of sorghum, for example, just what we harvested earlier today on stream was somewhere in the area of like 130, 140, no, actually maybe even more. Basically, it was 100 and some odd thousand liters of sorghum in one in-game day, versus, you know, so it'll take us like maybe 3 or 4 harvests of the sorghum to completely finish the achievement. And that's assuming I don't, like, increase my amount of sorghum or anything like that. Okay, so that field is all dealt with for here. Let's go over to our last wheat field on the end, get that planted. Then I can grab our sprayer, get it loose on this field. And this time I'm going to check to see if we have the stay in the field thing set. Because I found for me with that, doing the, I'm using course play, which we only... I think it was only like last stream or the stream before that. I think it was the stream before last that we, when finally added course play. Because it's just getting to the point of tired of having to do certain jobs myself manually every time. Because the game's AI just couldn't handle it. Okay. So we've got the headland. We've got the sharp corners. I don't see anything else, that's fine. Have you ever installed a mod? Yes. I am using several mods. I don't mod very heavily, but where you see like the little arrows on the field and all that, that is a mod called Course Play. The map we're playing on itself is a mod. What are you doing? Let's just cancel that real fast. And back up here. So I've got this field set, got the tractor set. Okay. There we go. And I got listed on Z on the 30 stream streak. Catch the last 30 streams without missing a single one, so that means a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate you. So thank you so much for that. And I hope you enjoy your extra 450 points. Okay, so we've got this one done. Let's see, there's a mod that you can have signs that give you money every week or month. Yeah, the government subsidy mod. Yeah, and I'm not worried about that. If I was gonna do that, there's a ton of stuff you can do around that kind of thing. There are, I mean, one, you could just pull up your save file, edit, and say, I now have, you know, $100,000, or sorry, $100 million. Or honestly, if you want to do it legit, just buy a tile, drop a bunch of solar panels, and you could just keep building solar panels. They'll just generate absurd amounts of money. So, like, the government subsidy is not really super needed. You can do it however you want, though. Like no judgment around any of that. Okay, so let's go here. We're on this field now. Create job, generate course. I need to actually hit the start button. So create job. Start job. Okay. But yeah, so one of the things, let's see, generate power for money is a classic prison architect tactic you love. That and instead of playing prison architect as a prison simulation game, just tree farming game. Forklift mod because loading is boring. I will say loading can get very tedious. Thank you for the follow. Welcome for the stream. Yeah, and we can I get a shout out for Kildrix, by the way? Kildrix is another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays RimWorld among other things. So what do we got recently on the schedule? I'm pretty sure I saw. Yeah, so I've been playing some Aska, RimWorld, and Elden Ring. So if any of that sounds good, Kildrix is absolutely a fantastic creator to pop into. Yeah, no, I thought I saw you playing Aska. I always second guess myself because I've definitely once or twice been like, oh yeah, I saw this person playing that game, and the person's like, I've never played that game. And you're just like, my bad. Let me just climb back in my skin real fast and suck my head into my torso like I'm some kind of turtle real quick. What's the game you hate the most? I don't really approach game like. Generally speaking, I don't usually go through, like, this is what I like the most or what I hate the most kind of thing. I would definitely say there is no shortage of games that are, like... When I say microtransaction, I'm talking more like the gacha kind of things. So, like, where you pay $1 to open a pack to maybe get stuff. That I will say I find those mechanics problematic. So I won't support them. You know, and no judgment for other people who do play those games. But for me personally, I used to speak at tech conferences regularly, and hearing about the people who make the mobile games that have those kind of mechanics, and how they very well know that not only do their games create addiction, but that's kind of the plan. And they're really proud of it, really gives you a very uck feeling real quick. Yeah, it's microtransactions within themselves aren't a problem, but it's a real predatory ones. Like, you know, like the loot box gotcha kind of systems where they show you, it's the slot machine thing. You pull the lever, your brain gets its hit of dopamine whether or not you get something good. Like, you pull the lever, and the action of pulling the lever gets you that hit that makes your brain get all the happy juice. And then, like, what the results doesn't even matter. You got that dopamine by the possibility of having a good outcome. You know, there's companies who have said, oh, 1 in 1,000 you get this, and then they, like, behind the scenes change the odds and all that later. There's been lots of legal action on that side of things where companies misrepresented the odds of things and made loot boxes that were even worse than more normal loot boxes. So that kind of thing is a big one. For me, a lot of games' use of generative AI is real, like, I definitely am not on board with it. There are ways you can use generative AI in an ethical manner. but it's like for every 100 cases you see, there's like one. Generally, the way I approach it with that kind of consideration is, are you using generative AI in replacement of someone doing that work? That's potentially a problem. Are you using generative AI that has been trained on other people's work without their permission or compensation? That's a problem. But there are ones who, like, for example, there was one that they were using generative AI to kind of have the character story tell based on the actions that happen. So you'd have like your settlement you'd be building up, and then if you were mean to the settler, like it would keep a record that you had done that. And it'd do callbacks to the things that happened, but it was using generative AI to accomplish that. Because, you know, other than individually having a writer sit with you when you play individually to write how things were going to happen, it would have to be either super scripted, which means it would get dull real fast because it'd be very narrow in what it does, or you would need to, you know, have an AI deal with it. And so that was one of the few cases I'm like, no, they're actually using it responsibly, that, you know, this entire AI was built off of the person who's developing this game's own writing and everything like that. So like that's about as ethical as you can get with all of that. And that was before we even had like ChatGPT or any of that kind of stuff. It was using, when I say AI, is using a very simplistic system. But unfortunately, the vast reality of most generative AI stuff we see is, you know, people just going to Dolly and just dropping in a prompt and then using that as a game asset. Because, you know, and I get indie devs often not having the budget to hire the people they want to hire to do these things and whatnot. And I can respect that. But at the same time, that's basically taking your lack of money. In my book, it's you're taking your lack of money and applying it to artists' lack of money. And so it's kind of, there's almost a victim of sorts in my mind. Like, there is a victim, but you get the idea. You're just deferring where your money falls short to cause someone else's money to, you know, fall short, unfortunately. Let's see, Killer say, MTX have poisoned free-to-play games for you? Because as soon as you see free-to-play, you're immediately suspicious about monetization? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That's a lot of times when people bring up a free-to-play game, like whether it's the developers or a viewer or whatever, I'll usually ask what their monetization strategy is. You can learn a lot about a game just by how they describe the monetization. So like you look at a game like Warframe, for example. I would say generally Warframe is pretty okay. I can't speak for now, but back when I played, pretty okay with its monetization. The big thing you did have to buy was more space for equipment and warframes. There were ways you could get it in-game, but they weren't consistent or reliable. But it did mean in your spending it was a relatively inexpensive game. And I know there's people who Warframe is a deal breaker for them because they don't feel it's fair, and that's, again, totally fine. Like, it's a subjective measure to begin with. And let's go ahead and we're going to switch off the sprayer because the other tractor should be done with what it's working on, so we can get the little one out of here. Because the other one will do a much better job with it. But then you look at games like Path of Exile. Path of Exile, to me, has a very, very ethical monetization. It's free to play, and the things you can buy are cosmetics. I have no problem with cosmetic MTX. You know, unless it's, like, really out there where you can only have, like, the blandest character ever, you know, it's totally fine. And the way I usually describe it for people who are getting into Path of Exile is I go, it's a really, really, really long demo for a $20-ish game. Because ultimately you are going to need to buy stash tabs if you want to enjoy it. But by then you've already put in 60, 70, 80 hours or something like that before before you've likely finished your well, maybe not that long, but basically you get a bunch of hours into the game before you reach the end game, which is when you kind of really do need the stash tabs. No, we should repair this. So it's kind of one of those ones, it's like, I almost look at it as like, it has a ridiculously long demo for a relatively inexpensive game. And then once you spend your 20, 30, whatever bucks on your stash tabs the first time, you like literally don't need to spend any more money for any functionality in the game. Let's see, generally give ones that make money based on cosmetic stuff a pass on free-to-play concerns. Yeah, that's the thing, like, if the microtransactions have no gameplay aesthetic, I usually don't care. It's like, sure, it's this thing. Excited for one of them to be released on Tuesday? Excited for one of them to be released on Tuesday. Which game? But yeah, no, absolutely. If you ever look at Path of Exile, it's like, honestly, it is the action RPG to beat right now, like, so far as if you're trying to gauge good, bad, or whatever. You don't mind cosmetic stuff too much, but pay for power and pay for progress is no-go. Yeah, I agree. The pay for convenience is the one that definitely gets gray area, where you look at and go, okay, you know, pay for convenience can really creep onto the pay for power, pay for progress bandwidth. It really depends on, if you don't pay for it, how much of a hurdle is it. So, like, if you look for the Warframe example, you go, I've got my parts for a Warframe, I've got my Limbo Prime, go build that, and the game goes, okay, come back in 12 hours. And you can just pay using the in-game, like, bot currency, to just, like, skip that time. That one I don't mind much, because it's just kind of one of those things that you're like, okay, realistically, getting this now is not a big deal. It's not going to give me some edge, it's not going to do anything like that. It also kind of is annoying that it exists. Pay to convenience just means make the quality of life of the game bad, so you need more bags and such. It can be. That's the reason it's like pay for convenience, that kind of thing. It gets very gray area. Because I mean it's always you know, it's always a thing that, yes, you're paying for something that, you know, has been artificially set the way it is. It's just sometimes it's very mild stuff. Like, oh, I could skip a 1 hour timer, that kind of thing, which again is annoying, but isn't like that big of a deal to me. And then you have the ones that are like, oh, pay to get this pet, and this pet will automatically run to town and sell your garbage items. And that's where it's like, hold up real fast. Hold the heck up. Don't make me have to do this thing. Or or the pet's auto loot and that kind of thing. And then you have this like little dog that follows you around that you have to spend like $30 to $50 to have it pick up your trash items and deal with them. And that's those ones you're like, nah, because that really incentivizes the dev to do some pretty rough things. And I'm just taking care of this field myself. No reason to take the time to hand it over to the AI for as fast as this is going to be. Said, you notice that Epic's cracked down a lot of free E-bucks lately in Fortnite? I have no idea. My experience with Fortnite is I played Fortnite before it was cool. No, I played Fortnite when the only mode in the game was like Save the World mode or something, which was sort of tower defense-ish. You'd have this whole gameplay loop where you'd go in and, you know, tear apart stuff on the map to collect a whole bunch of resources, and then you'd have to like fight some like in-map event. I can't remember I don't even remember. Oh yeah, no, it was you'd have it was like a microbus or whatever with a giant air balloon, and you have to protect the microbus with the air balloon until you could kind of extract using it. And then you take those resources back to your map. And you'd build a base that you had to defend. It was Storm that generated zombies as waves. Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. Yep. Yeah, and you built like traps and all that. But like you also had your main home base that you'd build up, and you'd set all your traps, and you'd be like, oh, I want to expand my map at home to be larger. Okay, to do that, I've got to defend against this whole thing. It was a lot of fun. It still had like the loot boxes and all that kind of stuff, but that one felt relatively minor. I think you could buy the loot boxes, but you really didn't have to, because you do a round, you get like 3 or 4 or 5 loot boxes or whatever, and all that. I enjoyed that one, but then when they went to the Battle Royale thing, that was around the time frame that I was burning out like on competitive games entirely, that I just got so tired of toxicity in the communities and all that kind of stuff that I was just over it. Yeah, because it was I got tired of cheaters in PUBG, and I got tired of like, I used to play Heroes of Newerth, and I was really good at it. But even like, it didn't matter how you were doing, like even if you were winning the game solidly and all that, just people were so toxic. And after having like a long day of dealing with the IT kind of stuff, and you know, dealing with crappy people just being jerks and all that, and then you get home and there's just people being jerks, you're like, you know what, I just don't want to deal with that. So you enjoyed the Battle Royale until the building metas and people building mansions in like 2 seconds. Yeah, I don't even remember if I don't know if I have ever played Fortnite Battle Royale at all. If I did, it was just once or twice. But yeah, for me, because it was I played while they had the Save the World thing a bit. I had 2 friends I was playing with that. The one friend had bought the game for me. I was like, all right, yeah, I'll give it a go, because I probably wouldn't have bought it otherwise, because it just, you know, it's just one of those things that wasn't on my radar. Not any judgment, good or against the game. And I had a buddy who bought the game for me. I was like, hey, we should play this together. I was like, okay. And I enjoyed the Save the World a lot. A Heroes of Newerth player in the wild? Yeah, I used to be real good at the game. I tended to play a mix of initiators and support. I was like, can you also only make one width? Can you also make the width of the one square? Can you also only make the width of the sprayer 1? Yeah, you can make it so it's only 1 tile wide, yes. Sorry. It took me a couple read-throughs to, like, parse that. The lightsabers helped a lot. Helped level the playing field a lot with the build lures. And then they immediately got removed. Yeah, that was, I remember they did, it was a big deal for a lot of people. They did a, I'm not going to use the right term, league or whatever it is. Used to farm gold in LoL for years of support. Oh yeah, so they, Heroes of Newerth wasn't as bad with some of the microtransaction nonsense as some of the other MOBAs. That's actually one of the things I liked about it. But yeah, so, with Heroes of Newerth, and they had like, all of the games have characters that are very, very, very similar. Like, every character has the equivalent of, like, the Diablo Butcher, sort of around there. Thought minimum was, like, 3, used to be 3 tiles wild? So you could use only 1? Yeah, no, you can use 1. Just 1. It could be that certain sprayers, you can't go down to just 1 tile. But this one, I can go all the way down to just 1 wide. There's really not much use case for it when you get all the way down to that little narrow groove. Usually it's still wide enough that you want the 3, but it's not a big deal. But, the characters I tended to play the most as, like, my character I was the most dangerous with was a character called Pharaoh. And the abilities that Pharaoh had was, 1, I could make like a little flame thing that would dance around you. So it hit on one side, you just slowly make a rotation around you. And the individual impacts would do a mini stun on whoever you hit, and they would also had the added bonus of like they did okay damage, but if you really knew the way to play the character, where you could keep those on top of someone, where you could hit them like 3 or 4 times per side or whatever, you could do a lot of total damage in the early game. Late game, the ability was basically just a mini stun. No one cared for the damage side of it. He had a projectile that was not particularly fast, but could fire literally anywhere on the map. So it's one of those things that if you could predict where someone's movements were, you could snipe people really well with it. And he had an ability that would put like a little ring around you that, you know, you could trap someone inside the ring with you for a couple of seconds. And then the last one is you could throw your character really far, and it would teleport you to that point if you hit someone, and you would just be there. So it was an initiator character. And I was an absolute menace with that character. Like, the number of people I would snipe who thought they had gotten away with stuff and then zigzag and take some random side path and be like, alright, I'm good. And just, I was good at predicting where people would be. Sometimes I'd hit in the middle of nowhere, but a lot of people thinking that they were being unpredictable, it's like, okay, they're not going to go for the straight back route because they're going to assume there's a pharaoh on the map. They're going to shoot for the straight back route. I'm going to take this side route, and I'd get them most of the time. Or I'd hit them. A lot of times you'd hit them and then still have like 5 health left, and you're like, "Yaw, come on." But everyone would underestimate how much damage you could do with that first ability I mentioned in the early game. So you'd deliberately make it look like you overextended yourself, get someone to jump on you, and you'd start running circles around them, getting the mini stun, and by the time they realized they had done goofed, you know, your buddy could get involved in the lane as well and take him out, or you would be able to, you know, you'd be able to shoot the long-range projectile to catch them when they try and run. Or if nothing else, you just bully them out of the lane because you put them low on life, and then you get an XP advantage over them. And after you get a level or 2 ahead of them, then you just bully people. Pretty Picture says, Han went free to play somewhat nicely. With your ability to earn coins while playing, then it released a Samuel Jackson voice pack and changed all the earning coins to silver. So you have to buy the gold ones. Sam was the only viable with the gold. It was downhill from there. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. When I had played, it was kind of like, at first it was kind of like the niche. Not many people had heard of Han yet, and it was starting to gain in popularity, especially in Brazil. And so what ended up happening as it picked up popularity, that's kind of when the community started becoming more and more toxic. I've learned over the years that if you have a game that's kind of a niche game, you have a tendency to have these like really good communities where people are really supportive. They're just happy to have more people playing their game kind of thing. But as games tend to get bigger, especially competitive games, and I'd say it's more so competitive games than anything, but as competitive games get bigger and bigger, I find the communities tend to get more and more toxic. And so Heroes of Newerth went from that, you felt like you're in this tight-knit but competitive community, to it was starting to get to that point where people were getting like pretty over-the-top awful as it like really started to build up a player base. That's the reason I've found the best communities I've had gaming-wise were PvE-oriented multiplayer games. Like the community in Warframe, I thought was absolutely fantastic. Elite Dangerous's community was really good. Like, people were ready to absolutely support you. Path of Exile, like, the community is a bit more mixed nowadays, but Path of Exile's community was one of those ones that was like, everyone was like super excited to share their passion game with you and all that. Killer's saying, quit Dead by Daylight because you couldn't take the community. Yeah, that's basically what happened with me with Heroes of Newerth. There were some big toxic streamers and people would copy their attitudes. Yeah. The Fuel Rats and Elite Dangerous. Oh yeah, for those who aren't aware with Elite Dangerous, so that's a space sim where it's supposed to be a one-to-one simulation with the Milky Way galaxy. In other words, space is freaking huge. But what would happen is you'd be what's referred to as out in the black, which is basically when you're out in, you know, unmapped space kind of thing, you know, exploring stuff, and you'd find yourself out of fuel. They went, oh crap, I wasn't watching my fuel. And, you know, if you didn't have anything worthwhile on your person, you'd be like, whatever, we'll just take a death. You know, it'll hurt my bank, but like whatever. But sometimes you'd be out there, you're like, I have millions and millions and millions and millions of credits worth of data on me, and if I self-destruct, it's all gone. And so what ends up happening is you have this group called the Fuel Rats. And it's this volunteer group that doesn't get paid to do it or anything, that their entire thing is they get these ships that can carry lots of fuel on them and then have they're called limpets to get that fuel to someone else. And when you're in trouble, you can go to a website and said, hey, I'm in trouble, like I'm basically out of fuel over here, can you come help? And this player group organization they'll run out and they will rescue you. And again, the game doesn't have a way for them to make money doing that. Like your ability to, like, even if you wanted to pay them, the game has a bunch of systems in place that make it difficult to just hand people money. It's easier nowadays, but back then, about the best you could do is like eject some cargo for them to pick up. But that wasn't the thing. They would do it for free. It was just what they enjoyed doing. And it was such a wonderful group that they would help out new players, you know, give them tips to help, you know, not get in trouble and all that. And it just, like, that gives you an idea of how that community is in that game, that's how much people would help. Elite Dangerous. What would you recommend? Would you recommend Warframe for someone who wanted to get in it at the moment? Yeah, Warframe's fine. I haven't played in a long time. They had one mechanic that I was really not on board with, but my understanding is it got way better. But yeah. Yeah, definitely Warframe's a solid game if you're looking for a free-to-play. Got a few saved a few times. They were so nice. Oh yeah, I got saved by them once. I was always paranoid about stuff like fuel, just from playing so many games like EVE Online, and other games where, like, dying is really painful. Like, basically all the hardcore style games I've played over the years have taught me to be very careful. Which you've probably noticed in a lot of the games I play, like Project Zomboid and all those. I tend to be a very cautious player when it comes to my approach on a lot of things. And that's just that whole playing hardcore games for so long. Nah, Elite Dangerous. I used to be big in what's known as the background simulation. With the space, they actually have it where your actions in different systems will cause different factions to war and to have, like, boom and bust economies and all these kind of things. And I used to do tons of stuff related to that I was involved in one of the groups that owned some of, like, the main systems in the universe. Like, we didn't have Sol or anything like that, but we did have a lot of, like, the core systems, like that people, like the very sought after systems. And I used to be the one in charge of running the BGS. You know, so it'd be like, I'd be the one saying, all right, we're going to make a move on this system over here so that we can, you know, we're going to try and make it unstable so that we can set up the economy such that we can, you know, try and expand into that system and all that. It was a whole science dealing with it. Like, and a lot of the rules were counterintuitive. Like, for example, if I wanted to take over another station in the system, the only way to do it at the time, I don't know if it's changed, was you had to get into a war with one of the other... I mean, there's other states, but a war with one of the other factions who owns the thing you want. Which meant you had to do weird stuff, like you had to go into the system and go, okay, well, we control the system already, but I need to undermine my group to have, like basically I need to hurt my own faction in the group enough that this other group is like within a rock throw of controlling the system, so that we declare war and then win that war for my faction, so I can take their thing and then do it again till I control everything in the system. It was fun to play, but it was like the rules made no sense in so many different aspects. Let's see, because you wanted to get into a while back, but archived it, but considering to restart it in your library. Yeah, no, it's Warframe, like I said, it's a fun game. I wasn't as convinced, so they did a thing where they went from just the mission mode to like having some open world content as well. And I never really got into the open world content. Like, I did some of it and I unlocked a lot of the stuff, but it was the open world content to me never, like, it was going, okay, well, instead of a loading screen, I have to like run across the map to reach the spot. So it's kind of one of those things that a lot of time for me, open world versus like smaller handcrafted kind of stuff, my feeling is outside the handcrafted parts of open world games, all of the middle part just always felt like filler, that it was nowhere near as good. It's one of the reasons when I see a lot of games that are like open world, I actually often see that as a negative. It doesn't necessarily end up, like, I don't have a problem with open world, it's just how often when you get an open world game that you look around and you're just kind of like, but your world, it's open world, but your world's empty outside of these interesting points. The open part is kind of dead. Yeah, it's vapid and boring. Exactly. And there are games that do open world extremely well, and then there are games that, like I said, you get to the open world, and you're just kind of like, right, but hear me out. I'd kind of rather you just, like, this as a loading screen would potentially be a better experience. Assassin's Creed open points of interest farming, yeah. Open world to me was one of those buzzword things. That there's this big thing, it's like, no, everything should be open world. It's like, nah. Like, for that matter, look at a game like Valheim. Valheim is an excellent game. And it is procedurally generated and all that. For the most part, the procedural generation's pretty decent. But it kind of always felt like, to me with Valheim, is you get like your one forest biome, your one like plains biome, and that kind of stuff you do. And then you kind of just didn't care about the rest of the map. Like you'd want one of each biome, but like after I got a deep forest biome set up, I wasn't gonna use any of the other ones. What was the point? Yeah, there's no reason to explore. Like, you would explore enough to get yourself saying, that's the plains biome I'm going to go, that's the swamp biome I'm going to go to. And, like, you would have times that you kind of tapped out the resources in one of them, and then there was a reason to go to the other ones. But the only biome I ever really had happen to that was just the swamp biome. That was the only biome I ever found myself being like, oh, I really need stuff. You love finding mega swamps filled with crypts? Yeah. But it was one of those things that you're kind of like, okay, but you've generated this giant map and 90% of it doesn't matter. Which I guess is also true for RimWorld. You generate the entire map, and outside of like the handful of areas nearby, unless you're doing the Ship to the Stars ending, you're not going to like 80-90% of that world. You're only going in that circle around where you started. Outside, again, some like really weird challenge run or something like that. And for the record, I love RimWorld and all that, but it is one of those games you kind of scratch your head and go, okay, well, I'm not going to worry about that too much. Alright, so all those fields are sprayed and ready. So we got the wheat planted. So next thing I'm going to plant is the sorghum, which I'm not going to worry about right now. Let's see, no map, no portal Valheim made you explore a bit. You love that. Yeah, I saw you doing that one. And that did almost get me to play more Valheim. Valheim is one of those games that I played and I absolutely loved, and then I played to the point I burnt out when it was like first released, and I haven't been able to go back and properly get into again. Like, it's a really good game, but I did like 2 or 3 playthroughs right when it dropped and just haven't been able to get back into it. But like the no portal one sounded really interesting though. Because honestly the sailing in the game is one of my favorite parts, like exploring the worlds, like find where stuff was. I really enjoyed that. I do hope they add just a bunch more biomes or other reasons to want to explore more broadly. Just so I have more reason to take my boat around, because the sailing was nice. Let's see. You're saying that you're an idiot and you didn't need a specific item in hostile cave side. You need heckin' gemstones you have in hands. I haven't played far enough to the sunny side to get the context, but okay. So it sounds like you needed like you had something you need and you thought you didn't have it. Am I understanding that correctly? You just had the wrong items, I should say. I didn't start that turn nearly in time. It's fine, we'll just loop around. Oh, you're talking about those like containers you shove the gems into. Yeah, now I gotcha. That happens. Like forgetting or grabbing the wrong item in a game for progression, that's just playing those games normally all the time. Alright, so we got 9 more containers popping out here. Like, that's just playing the game in general. There should be, what, 3 more? Yeah. Come on. And they'll grab the bread. And I believe it's in April that will, Sorry, I was going to say, I believe it's in April is when I need to plant the sorghum. Alright, so we're going to get 1 more bag of, or not bag, box of bread. You know, it'd be one of my favorite things for Farm Simulator 25? For the warehouse to not weirdly have me, like, skim the front of it just to put stuff in because there's an invisible wall, like, 2 inches into it. And that the loading part of it is nowhere near large enough for me to, yeah, I didn't get it all. You just didn't read the pop-up tutorials? Oh yeah, I know it's really easy to do that, especially if the game hasn't been one of those games that's been, like, particularly challenging for you. It's really easy to gloss over and ignore most of the stuff in the tutorials, and then get all confused while you're having problems with something. But yeah, so I do this, like, weird shimmy past the warehouse door. And I get the idea is you'd probably just sit there and do forklift. Like, the idea is you had forklifted on and off. But genuinely with the game, the amount of forklifting you need to do if you do, processes is not reasonable. Like, I actually like driving the forklift, but it's just one of those things that once you get to, like, mid-game and you're doing, you know, all this stuff, it ends up being Forklift Simulator, that all you do is operate the forklift 24/7. Alright, so we've got all that put away. And like I said, we don't have to worry about anything till April so far as planting. So we're going to advance the days real fast until we get to the point where the bread and the flour and all that comes up to sale time. Because I could sit here and start driving around the cultivator right now which we'll do soon. Great demand at the farm shop, but it doesn't matter. And the reason I'm saying it doesn't matter is if it was one of the items that we actually were producing, it would have said that the item is higher, because I've got a one of the mods I grabbed is basically when I've got an item that I'm watching, like a product I'm watching, it'll say, oh, that product, you know, the price is up. So the fact that it didn't tell me there was a product that the price is up tells me it wasn't anything I care about. Then go over here. We'll grab the first greenhouse's stuff, then we'll grab the oil, then we'll grab the second greenhouse, then we'll grab the flour. Warehouse it all. Oh, let's make sure there's no more in there. Yep, no more. Yeah, no, when we started this run, we were manually doing the forklifting too. I did eventually cave, and we got the auto loader. But it's for that exact reason of just, you'd sit there and you'd be like, in-game day, it's like, what have I done? Well, I've done 3-4 straight hours of just forklifting all of my stuff from this location to the other location. Versus now, we just drive up next to it and go, get it in the truck. Wasn't enough forward. And make sure you're empty. You are. Alright, now I just gotta grab the flour and we're good to go. Like, the big problem over the forklift is just operating the lifting and all that with how many different, like, combinations of movements and controls you gotta do. It ends up just hurting your wrists after a while. It's, I put on my throne, which is a thing where people can buy stuff for content creators and all that. I put on it forever because people, you know, would keep asking me if I wanted, you know, not if I wanted, if I had a steering wheel or whatever set up. And I made the comment like, well, no, and I, you know, I haven't considered it or whatever. And people mentioned that, like, maybe I should put it on there. I was like, okay, I don't think I want to pick it up. But that's fine. But it's those things I put on there that, for me, there's only like 2 or 3 games I'd be using it for, and it's really hard for me to justify the spend for those 2 or 3 games, because it'd be like Farming Simulator and American Truck Simulator would be the only ones I'd be using a steering wheel for. So, you know, getting just the steering wheel doesn't help that much with Farm Sim. You'd be getting that control panel that goes with it. So you're not talking all that cheap. And it's just one of those things like I couldn't justify it. But I put on there for people to go throw stuff at it. I don't promote my throne very often. I'm pretty bad about all that stuff. It's just weird being like, hey, you know, give me money. It's just always one of those things that, like, you head scratch just a little bit on. Like, I also don't promote my merchandise as much as I should. I also need to get new merchandise on there. I am waiting for... We've got our animated alerts are being worked on. I've already commissioned them and everything. How is the water in our greenhouses going? It's fine. But yeah, so we've got the animated alerts are currently in progress. And I could definitely see probably having some merchandise with the channel mascot going, because we're introducing that. People have seen what the intended channel mascot is many times. Like almost all the charity and subathons I've done where we've done drawing the crabs. The crab is the intended mascot. So we're getting rid of the bus? No, the bus is home. And we won't worry about the greenhouses today. It doesn't build up that fast. I mean, eventually I probably will build the bigger one. I can't see the field. It is a dark December day. Like, realistically, I will eventually get rid of it because we have to keep building buildings for one of the achievements. And I'll probably get to a point... Okay, so 6 more. I'll probably get to the point where I'm like, what am I building? It's like, okay, I'm going to start building, like, a neighborhood or something. Come on, give me the flower. And when that happens, like, because I'll be trying to figure out what the heck to build, I'll probably build some, like, regular houses. At which point, then I'll have regular houses on the map. No, that said, we're definitely sleeping in the bus, though. Next to our MREs. But I don't have much I have to do in this in-game day. See? We've got our wonderful bed there. Why wouldn't you ever want to sleep on that bed? And our ready-to-eat meals. And our desk. People are like, I want a couch and a proper kitchen and, you know, a toilet or a sink. Come on. Do you think we got that kind of money for that running water and sewage and plumbing and all that? Come on. Who do you think we are? Bill Gates? Okay. So we're still going to get our 40, 50... Well, actually, I don't know what we're going to get from it because we changed the economy settings. We're still going to make good money. Takes away vans that businesses need. There's not a shortage of vans. You can not like that lifestyle, that's fine. But it is not negatively impacting other businesses. Here's a hint. The number of vans manufactured is not a fixed figure. If the demand goes up, they make more vans. Hey, Mandy, how's it going? Good to have you. Okay, so we're done with the oil for now. But yeah, like, in real life, because that's a burnt-out bus. No one bought that bus. That bus... No, don't do that. Oh, wait, we can salvage this. Because Farm Sims physics are weird. We don't have quite enough speed. We can fix this. But yeah, like, unless we're running into a situation where there's a genuine shortage of something for like an extended period of time, stuff like this won't matter. So physics are weird in this game, so this probably will tip up. So the other thing I could do is I can get some to push it up. Sometimes you can get these things to work by just getting close enough that it'll let you hook up to it anyways, even though it is tipped. Here, let's just shove it. If we shove it, there's a good chance we'll tip it over. There's a couple little bumps and all that here. That's what I get for trying to do it too fast. There you go. That's definitely how physics works. Report to HR for a urine test. Look, man. The day I can't drink on the job is the day I quit. Bus driver. Pam from Stardew Valley. Also, definitely do not drink and drive. There we go. You guys can grab the flour. And it'll be another warehouse drop off and all that. I'm very much thinking that I'm gonna take those greenhouse goods and just tell them, like, just tell them to sell direct. We won't get the full money from them because we'll be selling them on their good and bad seasons. But it's not like the flour and all that. I could honestly see doing that with the bread as well in the long run. We'll see. The downside is the bread would actually be cutting down our profit margins a lot. We'll probably do that eventually, but I don't think it's the right play for right now. Okay, so we get 2 more boxes, and that's it for flour for this year since we sold the sorghum as sorghum for achievement, progress. As the van life is way less common in Europe, parking overnighting on government land is more restricted in Europe than the U.S. and higher population density, making it hard to find quiet places to park. Yeah, no, there's definitely parking issues, but I generally find when it comes to people doing like the van life or RV life or that kind of thing, generally you don't see them parking very often in places where parking is particularly short. You don't see them going to, like, the local city parking garage kind of thing very often. Come on, just get that last container. Just scooch it over just enough. There we go. Yeah. Because if you'd harassed out of every parking lot you've ever tried to stay the night in, you're in the U.S., your only option is the street itself. You still need to move often. Yeah. No, that's usually, for people doing, like, the van life thing. They're either going, like, way out in the middle of nowhere or going to, like, campground kind of areas, that kind of thing. I used to have a coworker when I was doing the teaching dev stuff who was very much the RV life kind of person. And she would literally just drive out into the wilderness in her RV, and she would live there for a while, or go to our place. And it wasn't some, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't some, like, paranoid about government or whatever. She was just very, very much just trying to, like, wanting to see the world kind of thing. Yeah, RV parks can be very, very expensive as well. That said, like, she definitely had times where she'd go out in the middle of nowhere in the desert and park her RV out in the middle of nowhere desert, and then they get, like, a flat tire and, have to, walk for a bunch of miles just to find, like, the nearest place and be like, hey, my RV's stuck here with a flat tire, like, can you give me a ride to either get a tire or whatever? It was definitely an interesting lifestyle. It says, we have many parks and campgrounds that have option to stay, even if not free, even provide electricity and water. Yep. Yeah, we definitely have that here, where there'll be, like, campgrounds that, like, during the high camping season, they usually are a bit more strict about who parks there, but in, like, their off season and all that, which is when a lot of the RV people are just hanging out, They usually just don't care. You know what I'm gonna do? We are gonna do this. We're just selling these now. They don't make me enough money to care. Why am I struggling with this? Oh, right, I'm clicking in the wrong place, that's why. So there's like, why is that? So basically we're not gonna have to pick up the strawberries, lettuce, and all that. We'll need to switch those later as we go and get production lines. And all that. Yeah, no, they have, so it's not that Europe doesn't have motorized camping, but it's not a very common thing. It's far less frequent than in the US. It's not that it doesn't exist in its entirety. It could be certain countries it doesn't exist because it would be awful experience. Because there are definitely some places that weather is not particularly conducive of camping very often. That's fine, Darth, but like not liking them because they're not available for businesses, that's being mad at something that doesn't exist or matter as a problem. There's just not a shortage on like, you know, your standard delivery or box vans. And I'm not aware of any time in modern history that there has been. Unless you have to worry about it. No, I'm saying there isn't a shortage. That's what I'm saying. There isn't a shortage. So you're getting mad about a non-existing issue. Like being upset about them taking parking availability in some place, that is potentially a real problem. But that said, I don't think it's a common enough practice that it has impacted much. Because it is easy to get something like in your head as being a problem, and then you actually look at the numbers and it's just not. And it is a thing that happens like at scale too. Very, very famously, we had back, man, I can't remember how long it's been, 10, 15 years now. There was you know, a kid drank hand sanitizer and got really sick. I don't think they died. I don't remember one or the other. And it was this whole big thing for a while about, oh my god, you gotta lock up the hand sanitizer. The kids are drinking it, trying to get drunk. And there was only that one instance. And it's one of those things where no, you don't need to lock it up everywhere. One kid did this. It's not some widespread, you know, ridiculous thing, or like people supposedly like were eating Tide Pods everywhere, and they're like, no, it's that one had more people doing it than the other one, but it was still like just not a big thing. How dare you haul take all those vans? We need to get to the bottom of this. But yeah, you get the idea. It's sometimes easier to think things that aren't really a problem are a bigger problem than they really are. And it's also a thing that in the political stuff, and we will stay out of the actual politics, that a lot of times you'll have people present something as a major issue when it's just, when you look at the numbers and it's just not. So it is one of those things about doing your diligence of like, you know, when you've got the guy shouting from the heavens about how awful certain things are. No, Darkstrider, U-Hauls do both working and like moving vans and work vans. You got the whole range. You got like your regular, like you got the big box vans that you think of with U-Haul. You also have like these really small vans they do that are like your typical, you know, your post office might use it, or the like the little vans where they just have like the opening side door. People could live in those vans. Hey man, considering the housing situation, cheapest living you can find. What? How did? Oh, because it tipped up. That was. I was like, how do I still have 1,000 units of bread in here? There we go. But yeah, no, like you're talking the typical van you'd have like an electrician working out of, and yeah, no, U-Hauls those as well. They obviously don't have the electrician's equipment or cages or anything in them, but it's the same van. You know, like in a an Econoline, that kind of thing. Which, for that matter, a lot of ambulances are those same vans too. That said, I value ambulances a lot. Okay, so those are gonna need water. Yeah, that'll actually work out. What we could do here is we're at the point next month I need to plant the sorghum fields. So I gotta get them cultivated. So I can get the AI to start cultivating these, and then we can start doing the water, because the water just takes a little bit of time. Hey, JD, how's it going? Honestly, for problems that are not nearly as big as people make them out to be, anytime you get kids or schools involved, you always are dancing on the edge of that. That there's a lot of stuff you hear that people get all in uproar and that, and you go, okay, well, how many times has this actually happened? And they'll be like, oh, in the entire country? Oh, well, 3 times. And you kind of just stare at them and you're like, wait a second. Wait a second. Why are we here having this discussion if it's only been 3 times in the entire country? And you want to like do this massive like sweeping thing for 3 times. All right. So meanwhile, I need to do the water real fast. I present to you the Nothing Burger. Alright, we're probably gonna move on because I am just getting that fear that this is going to immediately start, like, someone's going to miss the, we're not gonna get into politics over it, and someone's gonna call out, like, an actual specific issue kind of thing. And I definitely know I'm treading on that fence, just like riding that fence between everything going political and not, and that's not where I want to be. Alright. Because I do think it's a good thing to discuss in the thing. The saddest 2 slice of buns you've ever seen. Oh yeah, nothing sandwich. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, there's so many times you'll see those issues that people make them out to be a big thing until someone actually sits down and quantifies them and you're like, wait, what? There's no quantity here. This is irrelevant. That happens a lot. That happens honestly in just like not even the political side, like the day-to-day office side, where you'll sit there and you'll have the boss will like push back and be like, hey, you know what, I need to spend $50 on this piece of software. Like, all right, I don't know, man. The budget's really tight these days. I don't really know if we got the budget for this thing. And you're like, are you really fighting me on $50? It's like, you all are having these meetings that are like pizza party meetings all the freaking time, and they're just glorified patting yourself on the back. And you're spending thousands of dollars just straight up torching it. And you're doing all this marketing stuff that you don't even deliver the product in the end. So it's literally just money you're torching. And you're gonna beat me up over $50? Come on, man. Let's be real here. Alright. It always fascinates me, the places that companies are okay and not okay. Ran into a situation my pops did when he was consulting, that they were trying to cut money on their spending for travel, and it was a consulting thing. So you get people and you have to, send them wherever they're gonna send. They're gonna fly a plane. Well, not fly. They're gonna ride in a plane, and go there. And it was the thing that what they would normally do beforehand is that they would go for the morning flight, they would go in there, they'd get like their croissant and coffee or whatever, and they would fly out in the morning. And the company's like, no, you don't get your free croissant. We're not covering if you grab breakfast before your flight. You're not technically working at that point. We're not going to do it. And so instead what they started doing was they're like, okay, well then I'll fly at a time that's more comfortable for me to fly. So I'll fly in the evening, and I'll get there, go to my hotel room, get myself a nice dinner, and all this sort of stuff, because they're like, well, if I don't have to fly in this really kind of break my butt early in the morning, I'll take the more comfy flight, and then you have like a whole extra day hotel stay and meals that they have to cover. And the company's like, I don't understand, our travel budget just exploded. What happened? And it's like, oh yeah, you beat people up over like $2 to $3 worth of croissant and coffee, that they were doing you a solid and traveling, in a time that's more cost effective. And because you took this away, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to travel on when it's convenient for me, which is not as cheap. But like, those are the same companies that they wouldn't bat an eye one bit. It's like, oh, okay, we need to throw like an extra $50 million into this project. Yeah, that's fine. What is it spending on? Nah, it's okay. I trust you. And then they beat you up over your $2 in croissant. Or, I worked at a company that, I won't say the application because I know they didn't have a large customer base, so it'd be easy to dock myself. But they were using a product that the entire idea was for your employees traveling, that the idea was to try and get your employees to get more cost-effective travel. So that the company has to pay for the flights, so you go, okay, we're going to do the flights that are, we want you to do like the red eyes and all that stuff where you save a lot of money, because, that saves the company money. And so ultimately what this entire system did was, ultimately the idea was, if you saved $100 in the flight, you as the employee would get a kickback of like $50 for what you saved. Because it's the website would be like, hey, we estimate this flight should cost around this much. Your company had, with their Concur setup? Yes. Concur was one of the ones we used for that. There was 2 different products. But yeah, so it's exactly that. And they were using that, and they're like, man, we're saving all of this money. And then they turned around and they're like, you know what we should do? And this is after they went publicly traded. It's like, we should definitely take that program, and we should definitely stop giving the employees that extra money, so we get, we get to keep it. And then suddenly everyone is getting the expensive flights again. And they were just completely confused as to what even happened. It's like, well, yeah, you took away the only incentive for getting the crappy overnight flights that you had. It's like, everyone was winning with the old system. Why were you changing that? It's like, I understand you want to get those extra pennies. And that company wasn't a company that we had tons and tons of flying going on either. Like, there was certainly some, but it wasn't a particularly large amount of the operating expenses. Like, I could understand, again, if you're a consulting company and, 60, 70, 80% of your operating budgets are related to travel, then yeah, anything you do reduce your cost of travel and hotel stays and meals, I get it. That's the only place you can cut your expenses, that are people. But this company, it was most of the time people were working from the remote locations, and it was just, once a year getting people to travel to the main office for whatever event going on, or the occasional conference or whatever. But it wasn't that big of an expense. There was 1,000 other places that the company was just basically dumping money into a burning barrel and just going with that. Old folks are metal like that, taking it to folks like that? I don't know what that sentence means. I see you have said words, but I don't know what they mean. And what I'm going to do here is we're going to let this run for a minute and a half or so. Then we'll have, the ad break will come up. I'm going to quickly grab myself another drink because I ran out, use the restroom, all that kind of stuff. We're probably getting pretty close to the game split time. Yeah. So what we'll probably do is once I finish cultivating these 2 fields, Then we will do our poll for what game we're going to be switching to and all that, and kind of going from there. Because I haven't fully decided what all that's going to be yet. Taking to the boss when the boss says, give toys and have a nice day. I still really don't understand. I worked for a company that sent a group of us the first aid course and expected us to arrange return transport by getting a lift back with other candidates. Excellent. That would have me dragging a boss or a manager, whoever was the person doing that, drawing them back to their office and giving them an absolute earful. Because I was always the employee who was entirely comfortable doing that, which I know a lot of people are scared to be that employee, and with good reason. A lot of bosses don't take it well, but I do know a lot of bosses do value the person who's like, hey, what you're doing here is going to upset people. What you're doing here is a problem because, like, this idea. Like, do it tactfully and everything. But one of the things that can be very valuable in your tool belt is knowing how and when to say no. Like, it can be very valuable skill.
For subscribing for 22 months.
Thank you, Chucky49er, for the Tier 2 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's very generous of you. It means a lot. And you've been subbed to the channel for 22 months. So a year and 10 months. I really do appreciate that. And I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. All right, so we're about to hit that ad break. I'm going to go ahead and let this still run, but I'm going to put up the away screen so you see some clips and all that while I quickly use the restroom and grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a minute. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. Oh! I was not expecting that. You are correct. It does do a thing. You just gotta hold it long enough. Am I gonna weasel by at the last second? Ah, yes. Just the way it's supposed to be. And since there's two sides to that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run. I just need to park it on the space, and I push a button, and the logs vanish from the ether. Oh my god, all these logs that are sideways. Okay. There, fixed. That's one of the things that irks me is, like, I do try and keep right,
But, like, you know, there'll be someone going slow, and you'll start passing them, and it's just, no. Don't worry about it. I only massively... I should have just taken the wrong turn.
Alright, and I'm back. I forgot some of those old clips we have of, man. When we were doing that Silver Run Forest, people might not remember when we first started playing Farming Simulator. So we did a dare drop where we had to do like the tutorial or whatever, and like one or two other things. That's where we first got a hold of the game and all that. But after that, I was like, I really am enjoying this game. I'm gonna play more of it. And the very next farm we did was we did Silver Run Forest, which the entire map is basically this mountainous area that is absolutely covered with trees except for like this little teeny town that's like a dilapidated roller coaster and like 6 tiny little fields at the bottom. We're talking like microscopic little fields. And it was streaming, it was literally me lumberjacking almost the entire stream and then doing like one, like going and like harvesting one field. But otherwise the entire rest of the stream was just chopping down trees the entire stream. I forgot how much time we put in. We tried like every different way to make the lumberjacking more effective. Which it was interesting because as a challenge for like money and all that in the game, it didn't really matter because trees are very lucrative in this game. So like the start of this run, we cleaned one little hill like this one in front of us, and it was enough to get us our greenhouses and everything from $0. You wonder if they update that for Farming Simulator 25? Do you mean the lumberjacking? I would kind of hope so. Like, the lumberjacking, honestly, these days with the mods, if I were to use them, it wouldn't be as bad. I didn't use, like, I didn't really use the autoloader or hardly anything for the entire time we did it. I did it manually all the way until, like, the very end. Like, we still have the save file there, but, so it was the thing of getting, like, the giant crane and, like, picking up a bunch of logs and putting on a truck. That's the reason why when you watch those clips from that time, you'll see the ones where the trees are all, like, turned sideways and all that. Most of them were very clean, but every once in a while, something would happen and the physics would get all angry and snarly, and one of the trees would turn sideways, and you'd have all sorts of weird stuff would happen that the trees got shoved all around. Yeah. Loading the trees in the trailer is hard. That's honestly, to me, the big thing that's the problem with doing the lumberjacking long term. Is the first problem is just a lot of times to do a lot of the stuff for like cutting down the trees and all that, there was just way too many, like, you know, sit there and move your like mouse everywhere constantly. That would just murder your wrist after a while. Whereas, you know, you could hand chainsaw, it wouldn't be as bad, but then you'd have to deal with the cleanup. So it's just that, like, if you had like a setup on your like a control panel where you could have like your little lever, you could pull your lever the different directions or whatever, I think it'd be fine. But doing it by mouse and keyboard, it's pretty rough after a while. But then more so than that is then getting those logs you've got and getting them loaded into something is even more of that problem. Because I remember doing the trailer where you grab, like, you had, like, the little claw arm where you can grab, like, 1, maybe 2 trees at a time. You sit there, you have to, like, go over, pick it up, do this, rotate that, bring it around, try and sit it down. And it was just so many different mouse movements all at the same time that was just, like, really, really rough on your wrist after a while. And it would be 1 or 2 logs at a time. I think we added super strength to that run after a while. Like, when I first was playing, it was mod-free, no mods whatsoever. And I think eventually I added the forestry mod entirely because I had bought all of the tiles around the lake on the south end of the map. And there were trees along that lake that technically weren't in my property because they were on the lake's tile, which was not a purchasable tile. And there was one tree specifically that was a pain for me to get around, and I was getting super annoyed by it. And so I got the forestry mod just so we could cut down that tree. You know, and at that point, I was like, no, it's fine. I'm fine with having the super strength. The Volvo L180H. Yeah, no, I had the giant Volvo. It's the over-the-top claw. That was the one I found the best. I got a lot better at being able to pile my logs, so that I would get like 4 or 5 trees into the same spot, and then take that thing and grab like most, if not, the entirety of like 2 or 3 trees at the same time. Does the premium edition of Farm Sim come with everything? I believe if you buy the premium edition of Farming Simulator 22, and you'll want to verify this, I believe you'll get everything that is published by Farming Simulator itself. And what I mean by that is there is a DLC that's like the logistics DLC, and then there's like the hose and pipes or whatever DLC. Those two are third-party ones. I actually don't own either of them, nor intend to, but I do believe you get everything with that. Because there's the premium DLC and the platinum DLC, and I believe both of them come with the premium edition, if I am remembering correctly. But I believe that will give you all of the current content, the year 1 and year 2 past content and all that. What is the price going on for Farming Sim right now? I imagine it's probably on... I'm not going to click on the Steam store thing, I'll just do this. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not that, it's... Because that'll be like the base game is what that'll probably provide. Yeah, so the base game is $15. I imagine that's probably on sale. But yeah, I would imagine, I believe the premium one is the one that gives everyone. I know the platinum one only gives the platinum editions stuff. So like the year 1 season pass, whatever it calls. Yeah, 50% off? 50% off is pretty solid. Yeah, so if you like the simulation style games, then there's that thing. Now, one thing I will mention is Farming Simulator 25 is coming out in November, so just a couple months from now. That said, you can get everything for this one on a good discount and play it in the meantime. Because the new one won't have any like additional DLC content, and usually the way Farming Simulator does its when the next version comes out is they don't necessarily keep all of the content from the previous version. If there's content that people did not receive particularly well, they might get rid of it or try and rethink it. They don't do the Sims nonsense where you buy the pets in one version and then the next version they take the pets away again and then they make you rebuy them. They don't do any of that kind of nonsense. But there could very easily, like, let's say sugarcane was a crop that, that wasn't well received. They might just go, okay, there's no sugarcane now. But we do know we're getting over 40 different varieties of crops in the base game of 25. I actually don't know how many crops we have in this one. That would actually be a good thing to know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we got 20 crop types here. To give you context. And they said there's going to be over 40 types there. Now, granted, maybe they consider the greenhouse 3 more types of crops and stuff like that. Or maybe hay counts as a crop, but you don't grow a hay field or whatever. But still, so it does sound like we're going to have more crops than we do now. Let's see, and confirming the premium gives the base game year 1 and year 2 season pass. So that's all of Giants DLC. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And I honestly don't really see a reason to buy the pumps and hoses or the logistics. Honestly, most of the reviews I saw of the logistics ones were not good. Now, part of that could be it's effectively a paid-for mod, so people may have been extra critical of it. But for even the people who bought it and they were kind of outlining what it had, a lot of it, they were like, unless you really, really, really like using the forklift, you're probably not going to want to use this mod, is the way I heard with the logistics mod. Yeah, the farm production pack. And they might be good. Like I said, I personally haven't used them. And that was just what I was left with for people's response. Oh, wait. I don't know why we missed a couple spots here. But that's the reason I did the quick lap around to clean up. Yeah, so Premium Edition gives you everything I've got. And then the modding scene is very strong in the game. All right. We just got this other field to cultivate. And like I said, after we do the cultivating, we'll do the poll about switching. Let's see, you have all the DLC and have yet to use the pump hose for anything at all. The production has some okay sheds that you use, and the solar panels are cool as you can put them to entire lines rather than individual. It also introduces solar getting dirty, so you have to clean it for full production. Gotcha. So you're basically saying it's like, you know, it had some good things, but generally speaking, you felt it wasn't a real big winner so far as DLC goes. Which is about what I got from the people who I was aware of who got it. Was most of them were like, you know, it's just not, you know, as good. They didn't feel like it was offering all that much. Okay, we can pop over here real fast. Okay. So, yep, so we just got the one last field to do. And then we'll get the vote going for what we're doing next. Because for those who are new to the channel, I do stream usually, so I stream typically 9 hours a night, 5 days a week, every day but Thursdays and Fridays. And then usually about halfway through stream as I do switch games. Some days I'll just be in, like, vibing with the game. They'll be like, yeah, we're just going to keep this going. But most of the time I try to go out of my way to do a switch halfway through stream. And it's just to keep the content fresh for me as well as for people viewing. Or sometimes it'll be like if there's a sponsored thing, or if there's like a strategic reason I should play longer, that kind of thing. Or if I'm collabing with people, there's definitely times I'll play like the whole stream one game. But you get the idea. The normal stream, if there's nothing special going on, most of the time I'll play one game and then switch halfway through to something else. Well, we've been a little bit on a simulation binge lately. We did a little bit of Supermarket Simulator, Clothing Store Simulator. We did Dave the Diver, which is not... I wouldn't quite call that simulation. We've got Farm Sim going on. Before that, we were doing more of like the Tycoon-style simulation as well. We did some Planet Coaster for a little bit there. Just been doing a lot of simulation. Then we also did some RimWorld, a little bit of Project Zomboid lately as well, but that's fine. The RimWorld is always the one I'm kind of juggling that. I've been playing a lot of RimWorld lately that I'm getting a little antsy about that. And I know I say that a lot, but I don't know. It's not that I'm like trying to justify my decisions so much as... You'll have people pop in, it's like, why did you stop playing this game? It's like, well, no, like, I stopped playing it for a reason. We still have the, I can't remember what was the command. I think it's something like quit or something like that. It hasn't happened to me in a long time. I think people have realized I'm a variety streamer these days. I mean, I've always been a variety streamer, but, you know, they're aware now that I'm a variety streamer more than they used to be. But, I would play RimWorld for a little while, and then I'd take a little break from it. And they'd be like, has Rual quit playing RimWorld? Does Rual play RimWorld anymore? That kind of stuff. And it'd be like Project Zomboid RimWorld, insert name a game. And so I finally just got a command that is like, literally, you know, has Rual stop, you know, Rual is no longer a, and it'd be like literally bracket, previous game, bracket. Like, not that it fills in like its actual thing. It would be physically those words, you know, streamer, and is now exclusively a bracket, new game, bracket streamer. Just because it's one of those things that, I don't know, it's weird to me. It was even games that I only played for 1 or 2 streams that would have someone new would show up to the channel, and then they'd see me play another game. It's like, oh, has Rual quit this game? And it's like, no, it's okay. Or it's, I'm a variety streamer, I did like a full playthrough of the game, and then I moved on. Because honestly, even games that are like, some of the really good games out there, like, you know, Raft and Subnautica and all those, it only takes you a couple streams if you're making decent time to get through the entirety of one of those games, even if it's your first time playing. Like when we did Raft on the channel, the full playthrough, I think that was only 3 or 4 streams to fully finish the game. You know, Subnautica the first time was something like 8 streams, and then the second time was 4, I think. Planet Crafter, we went really hard on that, and that was brand new, and I think that was 4 or 5 streams. To, you know, all the way from start to finish. Which I think is like the perfect length for that style of game for streaming purposes. It's enough people can kind of get into it and enjoy it, but not enough that it overstays its welcome where, you know, if you do just binge it, you don't scare off all your viewers because now you're just playing that one game and nothing else. I also debated recently about, you know, looking at checking out more Mudrunners expeditions, going back and see if anything's changed with that. I kind of doubt it. It's kind of a bummer that that one wasn't more well received. Which to be fair, it has some legitimate things that it wasn't. It offered less variety of content than SnowRunner. So while it did have a ton of new systems and all that that were really, really nice additions to the series, like it felt like a lot of the missions were kind of samey. Or like going back and playing more SnowRunner. We played a lot of SnowRunner for a little while. Go back and pick up where we left off, and we were doing the Michigan map at first. The AI in this is weird, even with the mods and all that. So that was good. I wonder how long till we get that space update to Factorio. Oh, literally they announced the release date yesterday? October 21st. Never mind. Okay, so October 21st I'll probably do Factorio. That's been a long time. That's a game I still get requested to play every once in a while here. Now, granted, a big part of that is a couple members of the community who are involved in the modding scene of Factorio and help out with some of the really big mods that they have. But I am looking forward to the space exploration DLC for Factorio to see where that goes. Don't get stuck in that tree and then whine to me. But Factorio's those games I've played a couple of times on the channel. What are you doing, friend? But I played a couple times on the channel, and I enjoy it. Automation logistics games have been pretty hit or miss though, with more on the miss side than hit for me personally when it comes to streaming. Playing wise, I love the games, but they're hard to get into if you're not there from the beginning. I honestly wonder if I were to have shorter streams, like if I were to have like 5-hour streams or something like that, 4 or 5 hour streams, at the same time every day kind of thing, if stuff like the automation logistic games would do a lot better, just because it would be easier for people to more consistently catch the entirety of the stream and not fall behind on what's going on. I don't plan to do that. I don't think it'd be worth it for me to do it. But it's kind of one of those things that I wonder if, like, the fact that my stream is long enough that most people cannot catch the full stream, that works against the story-driven games and the automation logistic games, or any of these games that, you know, if you miss enough content, it's really hard to pick up where things were left. Versus games like this, you know, if you miss like 1 or 2 9-hour streams or whatever, you come back and you go, okay, well, there's an extra field or two or whatever here. I see there's been tangible progress made. Like, there's more money. Or even stuff like the Roller Coaster Tycoon, Planet Coaster, those style of games out there as well. You can miss a stream, and usually because you're either doing challenges or maps, you'll either be like, oh, okay, there's a section of the area that's built. But because you don't have it where, like, this thing feeds in people into this thing, feeds people into this thing, feeds people into this thing, like, there's not that type of system to the game. It's just like, okay, you've got 3 new rides. Cool. I understand. Like, I may not understand the pathing of all of it, but I get the idea that you have 3 new rides. But, like, you know, when you're watching a story-driven game, like you're watching a Baldur's Gate-style game or whatever, and you miss a stream and you come back and you're sitting there going, wait a second, wasn't this other person trying to kill us before? When did they become one of our party members? Where are we? What's happening? Where's this character? Oh, she's dead? But how did that happen? Like, you're just so far behind in anything going on that you'd have to, like, watch that last episode or whatever, the VOD, just to have a clue. Alright. So I'm thinking about what I'm going to put on when we have the poll. I'm thinking about what we're going to put on that poll. Because my current thing going on right now is Supermarket Simulator we had a lot of fun with. We did, I think it's 2 or 3 streams of that and had a good time with it. But it is those things that there is some pain points of things I want to be able to scale better. So like the 2 things I said I'd really like them to have is, 1, I would like it so when the warehouse employees drop stuff in the warehouse, they would consolidate boxes if you have multiple boxes of the same good that aren't full. To try and know. That way it's just you don't end with like 8 or 9 boxes of one item or something in your warehouse, so you have all of this shelf space taken up by 8 of one item. And the other one that I'd honestly say is the bigger one is that I'd like the idea of being able to put in purchase orders similar to, there's another game I played in the channel called Big Ambitions. And then being able to say, hey, every single day I want you to deliver 1 box of chocolate. Like, and you pay for it and all that. But the idea is that I don't manually have to add every single item to my, like, buy them manually every single day. You put in the purchase order, and you can tweak it later. But, it would do that, and you just watch for if certain items fall behind, you'd put in the extra order, or if certain items you got ahead of, you'd, you know, take it off the order, that kind of thing. So you'd still manually buy stuff, but it's more to spot check, you know, stuff that you sold extra of today, or, you know, sold less of that day. And otherwise, the bulk of it would just arrive every single day. Those are the 2 things there. But I feel like where I'm at with that is I could just make the store bigger, but it's just repeating the exact same loop. Where it has those pain points. But it's early access, and it's done really well. But that's when I don't see a reason to visit it again right this second. Maybe we can, if people have the interest. And then we did Sunnyside and Sunhaven. And those are both excellent, but games that just generally didn't do particularly well from the viewership / numbers side of things. Like, Sunhaven had a bunch of people tune in for it, but, like, looking at the follower count after stream, we were just hemorrhaging followers that a bunch of people saw and were just like, nah. Which I can kind of get. The art style is one that is very off-putting for a lot of people. It's very heavily chibi, like an exaggerated chibi art style. So people with, like, really big cartoony heads and all that. So I could definitely see people who had, like, maybe just recently followed the channel. This is the second game they saw, and they were like, oh, is this the normal stuff he plays? Alright, never mind. Maybe I'm not that interested in this channel or whatever. But then we did a poll on the Discord, and just really didn't get much of a large amount of support. So it's like, alright, this is a super long game. That's not enough support to justify it. I debated doing, for the achievement grinding Dismantle, I debated doing a stream where I play more Dismantle, but where some of the achievements are interesting, where you're just doing more side quests and all that, which I think people would find interesting, so much of it is just okay, walk around the map and touch each and every one of the things kind of stuff, where it is very much just watching me walk, click a thing, walk, click a thing, and that would not make good content. I'm thinking about playing some Timberborn. They've got a major update available on the experimental branch, where they've added stuff where water no longer has to be the bottom tile of stuff. You can make aqueducts, like actual aqueducts, so you can go up several tiles, have a building there, and then have the water stored in an aqueduct above it, which opens up all sorts of interesting possibilities. They've added sluices, so you can you can basically automate going, okay, bad water, all right, route it that way. Okay, good water, route it this way. Kind of system, which is really nice. It doesn't filter the water. Like, it doesn't separate out the water. It's just the moment it detects bad water, the good water out shuts off. It all goes out that way until you stop detecting the bad water, and then it switches. And then there's a bunch of other, like, quality of life stuff there as well. I've also debated playing some Software Inc. That's one of those games that on the platform of Twitch really doesn't do well. It's funny because there's some like really big content creators who break it out every once in a while, and just because their numbers are really good, it artificially inflates the numbers for the category by making it look like it's better overall than it is. But it's one of those games you see someone drop in and have like 5 to 1,000 viewers because that's how big their audience is, and there's like zero interest in it outside of that. It reminds you of Game Dev Tycoon. That's I honestly debated breaking out Game Dev Tycoon, or there's one around movies that's the same thing. It's a fun game. I don't think it would do that well from a content creator's perspective, unfortunately. And the reason I'd say that is the UI is very simplistic. It's not a mobile UI, but you could very easily see it used in a mobile situation. I want to say it originally came out for the Windows Store, like even before Steam. But yeah, it's a fun game that kind of goes through the history, and you run a game dev company. But with the simplicity of the UI, and like you're basically staring at your little garage with your people working into it, and then you have like a bunch of data heavy screens about like what genre is your game, what's this, your payouts and yada yada. It's just one of those games that I feel like is a good game that is hard to watch as a viewer. But I've still debated it because it is a really good game, Game Dev Tycoon. And it's also fun because it does they do the whole thing where it's like, it's not the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, but there's something that's very obviously a parody of the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, so it does kind of go through like a bird's eye view of, gaming history from like the 80s on. So it's just kind of a fun one. I debated doing more Dave the Diver. I had fun with that. We can see if there's interest for that. We'll see what I put on the poll. We're getting to that point. We're gonna do the one last pass, and then I'm gonna have to do some cleanup. Actually, I could probably do the poll now while that's happening. So poll. And what are we doing now? I'll put Dave the Diver on there, just because I can. Let's see here. I'll just go ahead and not bother putting Go-Go Town in there. I've been putting Go-Go Town on the list as well because I enjoyed that quite a bit. And it was like, okay, we can do more of it, but it's one of those games that's like, anytime it's been on the poll, it's gotten like 0 traction at all. Like, it gets like 1 pity vote and that's it. We can put cities on there as well. Just do 2. What else do I want to add on there? I usually will always try and have like a wild card that's just something like way out of left field. Let's see, we've got Dave the Diver, Timberborn, City Skylines 2. Is there another like proper simulation game we can put on the list? I mean, I could just leave Farming Sim up here. So I see that there's a message. I do apologize about not reading the message right this moment. When I put up the poll, it covers up my chat, which makes it really hard to read chat until I get the poll situated. So it's gonna take me just a moment to get that going. I have Game Dev Tycoon on Steam, right? I do. Maybe do that one for the wild card entry. Okay. Just getting these last 2 or 3 spots that the person missed. Okay. So that should be everything cultivated. Just go check this end of the field, make sure we weren't missing any more. Now's the only thing I had to get done in this in-game day. And then tomorrow we would be planting those sorghum fields. So yeah, so we didn't get to really see any of the new stuff happen yet. Wait. Shouldn't those have been sold by now? Wait a second. Where are we at? I just want to check, because... yeah, your best price is supposed to be February and March. Okay, so I have one more thing I need to do. Alright, so all that stuff's in its best time. I don't know why it didn't update the price, but I need to sell that stuff because we're still in the time that its price is good, but that price is going to go downhill soon. So I'm going to need to sell right away because otherwise that's going to be like no money coming in. So let me go ahead and get this poll sorted out, and then I'm going to start selling this stuff. So there'll be one extra thing going on before we do our switch. Let's see. We'll put Software Inc. on there as a random wild card. And I was trying to see about another like simulation style game. I don't have SnowRunner and that installed right now. I don't really feel like going through that. Like the install, like the game itself is fine. Probably not American Truck Simulator tonight. Alright, so we just won't have like a sim game. That's fine. What do I want to put for the last on the list? Because Software Inc. is very Game Dev Tycoon-esque as well. So I'm hesitant to... I'll put RimWorld on there. I know that'll probably mean RimWorld will win, but I am sitting there in the situation where I want to wrap up that run and all that. Did they remove Screen Shake and Day of the Diver? Nope, it is just as bad as ever. Greg was saying, you love Game Dev Tycoon. First release, they dropped the modded copy in places for common piracy. And the modded piracy had, like, after a certain amount of time, you start losing money to the piracy, and people complained on the forums about it, even after they made the official post announcing it. Oh, yeah. And for the record, one of their updates they did eventually add is they made it so you could actually do a piracy mode run. Where, like, in the actual game, they made it so the piracy was a function in the game, and that you could, you know, you could sit there and play through and do all that. It's actually pretty hard. That was one of the, harder achievements for me to do, was win with the piracy turned on. But yeah, so you'll want to weigh into that poll. You'll have to refresh your browser and all that to do it. But yeah, so Dave the Diver does have major accessibility problems. It's one of the reasons I've been reluctant to play more of it on the channel. But the other day, I was really just kind of feeling it, because it is a good game. It's just a good game that's got major accessibility problems that really shouldn't be like that. Like, you're going to wait on the flower, because there's a good chance I will need to, There we go. I was hitting the wrong buttons. Okay, so first load. Because, yeah, we'll go with that. So it looks like Dave the Diver is winning right now. But yeah, so the accessibility problems that Dave the Diver has, just to clarify, is there's a couple of them. The first one has very aggressive screen shake. You cannot turn off the screen shake. You can't turn it down, you can't turn it off. That's the big one for a lot of people. It causes motion sickness. If you get really low on life or air, it does have where it puts the vignetting around the edges of the screen, which is where it's like there's a fading effect on the edge of the screen for red. That also can cause problems for people who get motion sick as well. And then the last thing is there's a lot of input things where it's just like mash the space bar. They did add some accessibility settings around those kind of things, the button mashing, but it's kind of hit and miss on that. But if we were to play that, we started a Dave the Diver run the other day. We'd be picking up where we left off with that. I think we were in chapter 3 for the one stream. So be continuing that. With Timberborn, we'd start a new, I'm going to call it settlement. But we'd be wanting to check out the new stuff where we can make like the aqueducts and all that kind of stuff. I'd honestly like to be able to do a good couple streams of Timberborn, hopefully, if we have the numbers for it. Because it would be fun to try and set up some challenge of just like building out some like major macro project thing, because that's always one of those things I want to do in Timberborn, but I've never had the time. City Skylines 2 would be continuing in the city we've got going. We've done, I think, 2 or 3 streams in it now. We'd just be doing more of it. Let's see. Software Inc. would start a new run because it's been a while. That's a thing where you run a software company. The last time I got convinced to take a loan and just make an operating system, and it was ridiculous that as a company who had never once made a product, we were allowed to take like $1 million loan and like set up an entire operating system and just print money. And part of the reason it was so ridiculous is, in context, in the game world, it was like the 80s. And there's no way an unproven company is getting $1 million loan in the 80s for an operating system. Like no financial firm is going to pay that money. All right, so right now I got a tie between Dave the Diver and Software Inc. So if you're looking for something else, you're going to want to weigh in. I'm glad I realized before we got too much farther that I hadn't picked everything else up yet. And we might be able to put more. We have a 3-way tie between Dave the Diver, Software Inc., and City Skylines 2. Okay, so we're ending stream for the night. No, I'm teasing. Why does that feel like that was deliberate? I mean, it's a low enough number, it could have happened legit. But a 3-way tie feels almost malicious. Alright, so now I gotta decide. So I think we'll make it between Software Inc. and Dave the Diver. Do we wanna, does one of the mods want to quickly put up a poll for like just 2 minutes between Dave the Diver or Software Inc.? You voted for Emerald? Nah, that's totally fine. Just because me setting it up means I'm not progressing this, so it'd help me out if you just do that. No points to vote for it. Alright, so it's gonna take me an extra minute to do this, just You voted Timberborn? Yeah. Okay. Because it's gonna take me an extra minute to solve this, because I took that corner a little too fast. Alright, so we've got a new poll going. Are you not going to work because it's raised? All right. So yeah, so there's a new poll going between Software Inc. and Dave the Diver. So a software tycoon game, or like a pixel art scuba dive being / sushi bar game. And as a reminder, if you're someone who deals with motion sickness, that kind of thing, Dave the Diver does have problems that might be an issue for you. Oh, it's too heavy. That's the problem. The shame is, because I detached this... Alright. Can I unhook the stuff in there? Of course not. Because I don't have a forklift right now. And the problem is I can't push it towards its wheels to roll it back up because it's stuck on the delivery pad. Oh, that doesn't even budget. Honestly, even getting a forklift under that'd be a problem. And trying to tell it to kick out the pallets doesn't work. Alright. They've unfastened it. Okay, so it looks like Software Inc. has won, so we'll do that here in just a couple minutes. Just let me finish this, getting all my stuff delivered, and then we'll switch. So what I've done is I've detached all the fastening belts. I'm just not going to touch it. It is technically selling somehow. Okay. I mean, it still reduced the weight. I don't know how we were selling it from that far away, but I'm not going to complain. So now my hope is that I can push this. If we just push it a little bit, we could roll it up on its wheels. Especially with that ramp there. The other thing is I can actually get a forklift under it now too if I have to. Alright, so we just push it to that hill. I should be able to roll it up on its wheels. And then we have a disaster for picking up all these crates. Wage payment. Alright, come on. The good news is ramming stuff doesn't really do meaningful damage. It'd also help if I get... Honestly, a tractor may be able to do it because the tractor could potentially climb up on it a little bit. Come on, just to the hill. All I need. Because the hill's at an angle and you're going to separate from your cargo better when I do that. Alright, one more should do it. Because I'm also getting a little bit more run-up space to get a little bit more speed before I ram. Well, that didn't budge hardly. Come on, tip, 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 tip. You're right there. All those boxes laying on the ground. Oh, come on, you're so close. So, like, the boxes underneath are kind of wedging it up, which is working for and against me, in that it's holding it up, but it's also making it so I'm not hitting it as directly. It's almost up, because once it gets just a little bit more, center of gravity will take over. There we go. Perfect. A+ delivery. Take a little finagling to get this. All right. So we'll restack it in here real fast. Now try that again without dumping the whole thing on its side. Okay. No, 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 no. I see you starting to tip. Let's go straight up this way. Can I get you to be happy with that? There we go. Alright. So that was entirely too much effort for what we just did there. And we have to do 2 passes because my angle isn't going to let me get... Well, actually, we might be able to get everything through here. It just won't be as fast because I won't be doing more of the truck at a time. Alright. Okay, and a flawless delivery as always. Definitely nothing went wrong in the entire delivery we have to think about or discuss. There is no evidence, no recording, no anything that would imply that that delivery was anything less than perfect. Alright, and the good news is we're making all that money. So that does mean what we can do is the next time we play, I could probably just straight up buy one of the best tractors in the game so we have 2 tractors. Buy another plot of land, that kind of nonsense. Because that's ultimately what we want to do is just try to expand and have more different crops. Like I said earlier in the stream, for the achievements I need to do cotton still. I need to do, I need to get a bunch of bees is another thing I need to do. That's fine. Keep kicking stuff out till it's just the flower. That's because it is already just the flower. Alright, so with the flower here, I am going to need to go by the bakery and drop off the flour. Okay. Because we gotta top off the bakery. Okay, so that whole load of flour went into the bakery. That's fine. This means we'll grab more. Okay. Hey, Guzman, not a whole lot. Alright, so we'll drop off the next load of flour at the bakery, see if that's enough. Go from there. Man, that bakery must have been really low on the flour to go that far. Alright, well we still need to put more flour in the truck then. And the reason why we're having so much less surplus flour is all that sorghum. Yeah, work for you? Oh, I'm playing on my own. Thank you though. It's pretty rare oh, we just should do this. It's pretty rare you'll see me do multiplayer stuff. It's not never, but it's not often. Alright, another full truck. Imagine this load we're gonna finish filling up the bakery, because we've already put a heck of a lot of flour in there. Alright, it's full. So let's top off our storage and we sell the rest. And this time we don't drive at full speed up the ramp and flip the truck. Something I do quite often because gotta go fast. Alright, that'll be the end of our storage there. So, it'll be one more truckload, and then we'll get to switching up the games and all that. For those who didn't see, we'll be switching up to Software Inc. It is a tycoon-style game where you run a software company. And it's also one of those games that, like, it's very, very broad in what you consider software in that game. That'll let you really kind of hit a wide range from everything from, like, making the equivalent to like Microsoft Office or Excel or whatever, to operating systems, to games, to whatever. But as well as ones that you start in a garage and you build up from there, that kind of thing. All right. Tomatoes unpack in this game weirdly slow. Alright, looks like we're gonna be pretty close to $500,000 by the time we finish this sale. So yeah, so we're gonna be in really good shape with a lot of this. And it could even be that in the future we switch the canola oil and the bread to auto sell. I don't think we want to do that with the flour, just because I need to move that over to the bakery to make that work. But, I do think the next time we play Farm Sim, with all this money we've made, we're going to buy another plot of land and set up another crop. Now I could see it being one of those things that, well, probably just a new crop. Now I am thinking what that could be is buy the stuff for doing grass, and then do the livestock. Get that started. Okay. Because the tile next to the one I'm growing the canola on, it's kind of bisected by a line of trees. So my thought is I would go to the top half of that tile, and the top half of that tile would start being where I do the livestock. Because it's, you know, closer to a lake or whatever. We can go and get water up that way. There should be plenty of room for us to start doing grass in that area. And on the bottom half, I could continue to expand the oil production in some way. You know, just like a regular crop for money. And that'd potentially work. Now, the downside is I don't think any of the plants that make oil are on the list for achievements. So I'll have to look. The downside is most of the other crops I'd probably do. Those other crops don't have achievement to them at all. And they don't work with our production lines they've got. Hey, Kayla, how's it going? But I'm doing pretty good. Just getting ready to do our game switch for midstream. We just sold all of our goods and made ourselves a cool, like, $400,000 or so. So that's good news. And I believe we finished cultivating all of our fields. So that's good news there as well. Honestly, with as much as we're making, I probably should just turn those things on to auto-sell the goods just so I don't have to ship every day. Other than the flour, like I said. That's a full trader. You haven't been on in forever. Yeah, no, I could just do it could do regular pallets though, which is what I'm using it for. All right. So with all that, that would end this in-game day. Yeah, so we got the canola planted, we got our wheat planted. We do have our wheat plant. Yeah, our wheat is planted. If you haven't already, and set it to fill your bakeries. So I didn't see that as an option. I think that's a mod. So like with this, I could change the output to, oh, distributing, that's right. Distributing, I forgot about that. Yeah, so that'll be good. Okay, so with that then, what I'm gonna honestly do, so I'm going to change that to selling, and we're going to change that to selling. And then I won't have to worry about nearly as much. We'll advance the in-game day, just so we have like the fresh day started. And then we're switching over a game for those who missed, we're doing that. Now, for those who are watching this run being like, oh man, is it a Survive Man Challenge? Well, it was. As of today, we've stopped doing the Survive Man Challenge. We've turned the economy back to like a normal economy and all that. And that's because we got the new game coming out here in a couple of months, and I got achievements to get, and I'm going to make those happen. So with that said, though, we're going to save the game here, and we're going to exit out of that, because we're going to be switching our game. So for those watching over on YouTube, the stream will be going down and coming back up in just a minute as we switch categories, because just the way YouTube runs, switching categories doesn't work well at midstream. For the other two platforms, don't worry about it. We will just get that game